All right, I think we're good. All right, you guys can see that. I can see that, so we should be good. What do we got here? Dev tier 1 Selenium random epitome. Hello everybody. I think we are up on YouTube and Kick as well. We'll have it. Blue Eyes, 20 months. That is a long time. Holy crap! Thank you for that 20-month resub. Dustin, hello. Hopefully you guys are all doing well. We're gonna try to do some work today. Wild Slicer, hello. Kick YouTube, pretty much. They kind of exist. From what I've kind of from yesterday's test stream, we didn't really get anybody on those platforms. But you know, it's offered. It's there. We're running. Kamu, what's up? How you doing? Okay. I think I got everything out, right? What do Stream Elements do? Yeah, Blue Eyes. I set up multi-streaming now so that it streams on YouTube, it streams on Twitch, and it streams on Kick. I would like to eventually start making more like devlog series or something like that, but you know. It says link deleted for me. You know what? It didn't show up in my chat here. Hold up. It'll probably be in this chat down here though. Oops. That was the kickback end. Are you talking about the wishlist link? Worked for me. Yeah. What was that? There was like a thing that had like notifications on it or something. What is this? Notifications. Oh. I have a question. And this isn't like directed at any of you in chat specifically, but like, do people really go around like finding developers on Steam and then like finding their Steam profile and then just like randomly inviting them as Steam friends? I feel like that's been happening a lot. Maybe this by their arm actually. Two streams in a row. Mikey, yesterday was a test stream. Let me a screenshot. Oh, okay. Huh. Weird, yeah. In the screenshot that Epitome sent. Maybe on mobile? Looks like you're on mobile. I don't know. Maybe that screwed it up. They want free keys. Oh, that's why they do that. I've gotten emails for before asking for Steam keys. I've never gotten people like friend request. I don't accept friend requests on Steam. Like, I don't really accept because it happens to me a lot there. It happens to me on Epic, and Epic has some stupid thing that like it will go through and like auto accept all your friend requests, and I like accidentally clicked it one time and it like auto accepted like 75 friends and I was like so I had to go through and like delete a bunch of stuff. There's not a whole lot of developers that stream. I mean, if you go to this Twitch section of software and game development, there's a handful of game developers in there, but not a whole lot like in the grand picture of things, like in all of like Twitch and stuff, I have no idea how many of them just like stream exclusively to YouTube or something. I never invite Steam friends, though. It's just weird to me. Yeah. Best playlist. I just go to YouTube, Mikey, and I just like click on like a playlist on there. This is like a live stream of jazz music or something. I don't know. Did I mark myself as busy on my work calendar the rest of the day? No, I didn't. No, I kind of keep that stuff open so that If I need to hop off for whatever reason, it's easy to do. Scammers do that stuff? Probably. Yeah, Mikey. No, I have asked you guys before to send me friend requests to like help me test things, but like in terms of just like random people that I have like no idea, like at weird times too. Yeah, Dev, I think when we started Dark Passenger, I was telling you guys that I was kind of cannibalizing the hacking game, and I cannibalized it over to Dark Passenger. Definitely an issue with those links on mobile. Weird. I wonder if if there's like a setting in your thing that's like deleting it. I don't know. Like in your Twitch app, like I don't know, maybe they added something like a phishing protection. I don't know. Like maybe true. Maybe Blue Eyes. What's up, Lucifer? This is just a dead body. This was the one that was always here originally. This was I think we modeled him after Jacksepticeye at least a little bit. But yeah, he's just a regular dead body. I haven't added your dead body to this game yet. Do not disturb. No, I like to like keep myself like open on that stuff because like they don't bother me that much, really. This is Dark Passenger, yeah, Mikey. This is the first level of Dark Passenger. It's kind of a good-looking dead body, though. I mean, I guess. He dead though. But yeah, this is the first level to Dark Passenger. We're gonna work on some jump scares and stuff inside here today. I think that's the plan, at least. So yeah. There will be some stuff revealed a little bit because there is some like dialogue that plays inside this level when we start it, and the wake up sequence is there. So you guys will get a little bit of spoilers in this stream, but at this point I'm just like, I just want to get this done. But I want to get back to streaming, so. Yeah, is anybody else having an issue where the links are getting deleted? Like literally, like this is. I'm just gonna show this one because it's just the stream. You got nothing else on here, but like look right here. Like, there we go. Let's zoom in on it. This is what he's seeing on his mobile feed. So I don't know. I don't know if anybody else is having this issue, but. Looks normal for you. Are you guys on mobile or are you guys on PC? Links show for me? Okay. What's up, PC, by the way? You can see? Okay. I don't know then, yeah. Mine works. Okay, let me see. Turtles. Yeah, okay. Turtle's on mobile and he sees it as well, so. I don't know. You know, I don't really think I need this open. Hold up. Let me close that. Go here. Jeff, what's up? How you doing? Jeff, this is a little side project I started for I was gonna do it for Halloween, but I ended up going on a bunch of work trips, and then I had to go to a funeral, and so my October just kind of got taken over by non-development time. So this is a standalone single-player like classic horror game. There's a story, there's puzzles, there's just all that kind of stuff wrapped into a little side project. I had to take a break from multiplayer stuff, and I'm kind of redesigning a bunch of stuff in the Hauntings right now. We're gonna try to like prototype more of like an open world environment for it rather than like loading in and out of levels, just to kind of mess around with it. But basic gist of it, and I know some people have been skewing this, whatever, is I would like to try to get some investors and or a publisher or something like that on board with the Hauntings, so that I can go out and try to hire a team of developers to finish the Hauntings in like a little bit bigger scope than like just putting out another ghost hunting game that is like there's a bunch of those on the market already. And so the idea is prototype kind of an open world environment for it, pitch that to investors, and then get a team of people hopefully hired to work on it. And if that doesn't work, I'll just revert back to the regular scope that we have. I really want the Hauntings to stand out as something different than all the other ghost hunting games that are coming out. And I think that the best way to do that is to do something that none of them have done yet, which is kind of like that. It still will be like a private server, right? Like it's not gonna be an MMO, right? It's not gonna you're not gonna run across random people, but like it'll be private worlds that you can play through, but it'll be open world, so you can like drive between the locations. There's like little NPCs and side mission stuff. That's the thing I'm gonna prototype, pitch to investors, see if we get it to work. If not, then I have a copy of the Hauntings as it was before I started making these changes, that I will just go back to that copy and just keep working on the Hauntings the way it was. You're mobile, you can see. Okay, so I guess you're special. Yeah, Epitome. Having yesterday because I was on PC. I'm wondering if it's like a weird Twitch setting somewhere. Sorry, Discord chat. So yeah, so Dark Passenger, if you guys haven't heard about it yet at all, what this is a single player classic horror game where you have a bunch of puzzles to solve and there's a little story, and we're going to be adding jump scares to this level of it today, which is the starting level, the first level. Looking forward to getting home and completely reeling a landscape auto texture because I accidentally purged all of your material functions. Oh, PC, that sucks. Asad or Conrad's, yeah. They're very similar, and I was just like, I just gotta do something different. Oh my god, something to make it stand out. Sorry, I just got like a novel of a chat message over here. It's a work message, so I just want to skim it real quick. I don't think it's not directed towards me, so. Yeah, that's true. Like what Turtle was saying, that you can only release a game once. So like, once I release the Hauntings, like if people are like, oh, this is just like another freaking ghost hunting game, they're just gonna, ignore it and move on. But if I could do something that'll maybe hook them, catch them, be a little bit different, maybe it'll stick around a little bit longer. You've been working on learning Unreal Engine. It's kind of interesting. Unreal Engine's awesome. There's a lot of stuff to learn it though. Because of their bullcrap? Yeah, there's a lot of people, King, that have been doing that. At least leaving Unity to go to like another engine like Godot or Unreal or something else. Punisher, hello, how you doing? Welcome on in. Been looking forward to seeing what you come up with since you started working on Hauntings. I'm glad you're still picking away at it. Yeah, I know like a lot of people are getting a little antsy about it and impatient with it, and think that I'm just going off the deep end, which probably they might not be wrong about that one, but it's only been like 2.5 years since I created the Hauntings project, right? And like people have to understand that like game development can take several years to finish something, and this is a totally normal process to be going through, is like creating something, reiterating, changing, adapting. New technologies come out, so you implement new things. Like a lot of that is the process of game development, and people I don't think necessarily like understand that. Unreal Engine, I know, I love Unreal. I'm glad that they're not going down the same kind of rabbit holes that Unity has and stuff or some other engines have in general, I should say. I'm just hoping that like Epic can stay like relatively profitable, because like my fear is that like Fortnite falls off and then like Unreal Engine, like Epic starts to lose a bunch of money, and they either cut development towards the engine or they like end up having to like take more money or start charging more because Fortnite's not making as much. So like that's my only fear. So like I really kind of hope that Epic is also like working on another game, just in case Fortnite starts to dwindle. I know there's still a lot of people that play Fortnite, but like my only fear is that some of the news I've seen recently is that Epic is struggling to turn a profit on the store, and they had to lay off a bunch of people. So it's like I'm hoping that it doesn't turn into some issue where like the engine starts to get degraded because of it. C++, yeah, learning it, it's a lot of fun once you get into it. I've been doing a lot more C++ recently. I did a lot for this game. It's particularly challenging anyway. There's a fine line between cringe and scary. That's really true, Jeff, and that's I think part of why like I've been so hesitant for a long time to work on Spookies. It's just because it's like trying to find that balance between what's actually scary and what's not. Many other games apparently, but do they? I mean, they have like older games. Do they have newer games though, King? I haven't seen anything like from Epic directly. Like, I know Epic has been moving a little bit into the publishing realm where they've been publishing games, but as far as like creating games of their own in-house, like, I don't think there's much beyond Fortnite at the moment. I know they have older stuff. I mean, Unreal was clearly made for Unreal Tournament back in the day. You know. What resolution textures does this game use? There's a little bit of a combination, I think, between like 2K and 4K textures in this game, Punisher, for the most part. Epic is starting to look at charging other than game creation, which that makes sense. Like, are you talking about for like TV shows and movies and etc. PC? Like that totally makes sense to me. Lay off some folks, but they're also building another HQ, so who knows what their plan is. I mean, yeah, but I mean, I've seen a lot of news articles recently where they're like, you know, they're saying like, oh, the Epic store hasn't been profitable yet. Like, there was an article on Twitter just the other day where they were talking about like, oh, hey, you know, Epic is struggling to turn a profit on their Epic's game store. They're still looking for their Counter-Strike Valve moment or whatever they called it, which I think is like, they're basically looking for a game that can like really pull users towards the Epic store, and I think that's why they're offering so many like exclusivity deals, in terms of better, you know, no profit, but whatever. I think that right now they're just like, we need more users to be actively using the Epic launcher and store and all that stuff, something that they can equate to Steam. I think the problem is Steam just has such a big monopoly, though, you know. Are more about profit versus the previous year. It's all based on investor expectations. I mean, that is true. That is true. And I'm not worried by any means about Epic at the moment or them going away. I'm pretty sure they're partially owned by Tencent, which is like a massive Chinese technology media company. Fortnite isn't enough. I mean, for now, I'm sure Fortnite is definitely making them a lot of money, but I'm just like, you know, how long can they milk that before it's like, okay, you know, they need something new. I don't think every store will ever be profitable enough. Seems too dominant. Yeah. 20 plus a year has started. True. That's true. And they're just trying to capture some of that at the moment, I think. I think that's their big issue. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see where it goes. Like I said, I think that this is like a space they're trying to grow in terms of, you know, being a distributor. They just recently allowed self-publishing as well. So I think that like it needs to be a kind of a flow, you know, between getting more stuff onto the store. Because for a while there, you had to apply to get published on the Epic Game Store, and now it's self-publishing is allowed. So I think that that's going to open the doors to a lot of things. I'm really curious to try to. I haven't seen Adam streaming recently, Indie Horror Dev. I'm really curious because he did a release on Epic Game Store, and part of me's like, you know, how well did that go for you? I know, like, when he initially launched, he sold like 2 copies on Epic, so it might not have been worth the headache of like going through and setting up all the settings to it. But it's like, you know, it's another storefront to be on. I don't know. Fortnite 2 release Overwatch 2, nothing bad will happen. Yeah, right. I think that they're more likely just to keep doing what they're doing with like the seasons and the chapters or whatever they call them now. You know, like this thing right now, like going back to OG Fortnite, I think was a smart move, because I think that buys them time, right? They may have not been ready for a new season or something like that, but they could have always they always have that card in their back pocket now that it's been so old that they can be like, okay, hey, let's just pull like a WoW classic here and like just bring back the OG Fortnite while we continue working on like another season, you know? I mean, there's probably some updates and stuff like that that has to go into that, but still. All right. I don't remember how this scare system works. It's been such a while since I've accessed it, so let me just close all these and we'll open it up, the scare system. The
FBI, open up!
Jesus, Dev. Why you gotta be doing that? Why you gotta be doing... You know I'm not looking at that screen. Alright. So we declare jump scare actors. Like I said, guys, So, one of the interesting things that I've been doing with this project has been that I have a laptop. So, during football season... I like to watch football, but I feel like I'm not being productive during football games. I'm just sitting on the couch. So I got a laptop, and I've been writing C++ code on the laptop and then pushing it over to the project, and then I do tests on it, right, to make sure that like, the code is good or whatever. This scare system is one of those systems that I wrote on my laptop, but I've never actually tested it to make sure that it works. So, it's going to be a little interesting. I'll make it a little bit bigger for you guys here if I can. There we go. Is that legible for you guys now on stream? I made the font a little bigger. You guys want to follow along at home? Which software do you use to make models, and what do you use for the correct scale reference? Like, so I use Blender and Substance Painter, Punisher. As far as scale, what I do, this is what I do, Punisher. This might be like a little extra work, but what I'll do is I'll make a model, and then I'll import it into the game, and then I'll put it next to something that I want to like reference the scale of. So like, say for example, like this mouse, right? Like we'd model the mouse, and then I'd put it next to the laptop, right, to see like the scale of the mouse compared to the laptop and all that stuff. And then what I do is I then change the scale inside the editor here so that it looks right. And then I go back into Blender, and then I just push S to scale it, and then I just put in the settings that I find out right here. And then I save that and re-export it, and then it comes back in as a 1 scale. So I probably could bring like a player character model over into Blender or something, but I feel like I do like models like one off, right? Like one off at a time. And it's just faster for me to like create the model at a larger scale so I can get the detail stuff into it, and then bring it into the engine, scale it down to the size I want it inside the level so that it looks right in the level. And then I just go back into Blender and I just copy that scale setting into it. And then just once you're in here, like all you have to do is just go to like a mesh that you made, right? And then you just literally can just right click on it and then just re-import it. And it'll just re-import that same file with the same settings, and then it'll automatically change the size. That's kind of how I do it, just because I don't feel like, you know, going around and like exporting things to make it scaled properly or whatever, you know? So I just do it in the engine. But yeah, I do it in Blender, and then I texture it in Substance Painter, and then I bring it into the engine to check scale. I have a master material as well from Substance Painter. So I have this material that I created right here. And what this is it just allows me to bring in the color, a normal map, an emissive map, and then an ORM map, right? The occlusion, roughness, metallic map. And put this all in here, and then I put in some variables like tint, color, brightness, that kind of stuff. Punisher, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. And then make these all as parameters so that when I import something from Substance Painter, right? It's that's a separate material. Let me bring in like an actual material instance so you can see what I'm talking about here. So then I make a material instance of this material, and then it just gives me these values that I can change here. And at any time, if I want to change like the tint of this or whatever, I could just come over here and I can adjust the tint, you know, all that good stuff. Or if I want to change like an emissive color, I can do that, but it won't do anything here because it has a black mask. So if there had emissives on this, I could change the emissive color, the brightness of the emissive. I can desaturate this if I wanted to remove the colors. So it's just a little material that I've made that gives me some options based off just this little tiny material here. If you guys want to copy it or whatever, I'll leave it up here on the screen while we read chat. Make sure you guys can see it. There we go. So you know my face isn't covering it. Not really. They have to save. There's a lot of backup. They're just pulling assets and porting back in. Just makes the download bigger. Oh, got you. Yeah, I know what you mean now. Talk about the Fortnite thing. It was 22 gigs. Jesus. I don't use VS Code or VS Community, King. So this is Ryder. Ryder for it's a JetBrains product. I much prefer this for Unreal Engine stuff. So it's not either one of those. So the text is a good size. Okay, definitely. Got it. What's up, Kamu? How you doing? It's actually how I do things. It's not an ID pipeline to make sure the scale is good to go every time. Yeah, I mean, that's the scale stuff. Like, I'm just, rather than trying to figure it out in Blender, like, I just make it large enough so that I can edit it, move vertices, do all that stuff really easily. And then I just export that, bring it to the engine, scale it in the world to what the scale I want. And then, yeah, it's just so much easier for me. Where do I get my sounds from? So I got a lot of them, Kamu, from freesound.org. However, recently I purchased this guy. Obviously the camera's backwards right now. I purchased this guy from Amazon for like $100. And so I've actually been, for Dark Passenger specifically, I've actually been recording sounds for it on this guy. And then bring him in. So like, I don't want to be like spoiler, but you guys will probably see it anyways if we keep doing sound or scares on stream. But the second level in Dark Passenger is flooded, right? So there's water that goes up to about like, knee height maybe across the whole entire map. And I couldn't really find like footstep sounds online that I wanted. So I actually like went into my bathroom down here, filled the tub up with some water. I set this up because this recorder has a little like, I don't know if you guys can see it on the back. There's a little like screw hole for like attaching it to a tripod. And so I attached this to a tripod right outside my bathtub, filled it up with water, and then I was just like running around in my bathtub, kicking water everywhere to make footstep sounds. Yeah, that's kind of like what I was thinking, right? Is just like going in there and just being like, yeah, let me see. See if I can find it real quick.
Testing running in water.
I don't know how loud this is for you guys, but it's just like...
Test 1, walking in water.
So, little stupid stuff like that. Where's a Foley artist now? I mean, it's been fun to just kind of like pop it in and just go around and be like, oh, I need, I got a couple other sound recordings. I don't know if I've edited them yet or not though. So I don't know if maybe they're not in there. But like, I needed some other sound effects. So I just like go around my house and find something that has like the similar sound that I need. And I'm just like, all right, I'm gonna record this. And I just do it. It's kind of fun. Does that one have connections for external mics? There's a line in or a line out for headphones. We did it. Lovers Quarrels, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. For external mics, yes, there is actually. Where's my button? So I don't know if you won't be able to see it too well, but there's a little plug right up there at the top. You just move these things out of the way. Move it out like that, and then there's a little plug right there for an external mic. And then on the side, there's a plug right here for headphones. The device is a Tascam DR07X. I can probably find the Amazon link if you guys want to get the same one. The playback, so like it records really good sound, but like the speaker that's in this thing is not very good. It's probably why there's a headphone out jack or whatever. But once you put them onto your computer, it works pretty well. There's like a little spot for a micro SD card on the side, and there's a USB plug on there. I don't know why that's there, but there's a little like speaker on the back that's just, it's not a very good speaker. So I don't recommend listening to it on there, but very moist. It was very moist. I was making so much water in my bathroom with that, making your own sounds. Murky, it's actually been a lot of fun. And the reason I did it is just because like you can go on freesound.org and be like, okay, hey, I need water footsteps, right? And you might find something here or there, but then like it just doesn't work exactly the way you need it to or something. So it's just much easier to just be like, okay, this thing is like, I don't know, it weighs like a pound with the batteries in it, right? And just slap that in your pocket and walk around and just start, recording noises. It's game stuff. I swear. It was actually funny because she was on the couch right here, and I did this in the bathroom right there. But like I was like, she's like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm gonna go walk in the tub. And she's like, what? I'm like, don't worry. So yeah, it's nice because, like I said, this one specifically has the threads on the back of it so that you can screw it onto a tripod, right? And then, because what I found the first few times I did this with it in my hand is that like anytime you moved it or any kind of like shifting or anything, the microphones would pick up on that, right? So like you'd get the handling noises, and I didn't want that, so I was like, I'm just gonna put it on something that it won't move, and it just happened to go like perfectly on this tripod that I have back here. So I just walk around my house now with the tripod and the little sound recorder. You impressed with the water walking sound? It was pretty good how it turned out. It was very interesting to try to film it or record it though, because like I'm sitting there like holding onto the walls and like kicking my feet around. Yeah, you could definitely plug in external mics to it. I have a shotgun mic somewhere. I don't know what I did with it. Now I'm confused. I had it like right here. Oh, here it is. Yeah. See? So you could like plug something like this right into it, and it's just like an external shotgun mic. Okay. A Tascam. It is a Tascam. It records an EVP by accident. I'd be like, nope, we're selling the place. What's up, Totally Insane? How you doing? Oh, yeah. It's, yeah. You know what? I'll just find the Amazon link really quick. I should make it into an affiliate link. Be like, here you go. Orders. Right here. All right, it's $134 now. I think I got it on sale. There you go. Did that post properly, guys? Do you guys see that link? Yeah, okay. This whole restream thing is kind of weird. So, let me just load it up in here really quick. So yeah, it's a decent little microphone. Working / demoing a new product for your company. You're the demo guy. I mean, it makes you like key, right? Like you're important then, right? All right, Exotic Tyrus, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate you. How did that link come across? Actually, I'm curious. Oh, it came out as me saying it. Okay. On mine, it shows like, because I'm using Restream right now, it shows as like Restream, right? So it says that it posted it in Twitch and on YouTube. It didn't say that it posted it on Kick though. I mean, we are live on Kick, right? We are. Okay. What? Maybe. It says it's connected, but there's not a view count to it. Hold up. Weird. Yeah, I mean, it says we're live over here, but it's not like, it's not connected to my chat for whatever reason. Weird. Oh, whatever. There's nobody over there anyway, so it doesn't matter. Link has been witnessed. Nice. Okay, cool. You think Restream is weird now? Just wait until you are 50. All sorts of streams have been problems. What are you talking about? Until I'm 50. JoviX. You're just saying like when I get 50 years old. Patching features. I literally run patching at my company, so yeah. I mean, that's good though. Being like an integral part of your company is like, you know, it's really good. Wrong emote. All right. So, anyways, that's that. If you guys have any other question though, check it early. All right. Jump scares. So I want to look at the jump scare system because I don't remember how I programmed this. So it's a world subsystem, so it should be initialized right off the bat. Set the player reference and schedule next scare. Activate closest scare, find closest scare, set player reference, schedule next scare, randomize time. Okay. So I just don't know if this is actually being like initialized. So let's do UE log, log temp. Let's do error. Okay, can't type. Jump scare. I can't type today, guys. System started. Okay. Let me just make sure this is actually starting up. Get into a rhythm of things here. Why this takes forever. I feel like some people's live coding stuff goes really fast and mine's like meh, forever. Oh, Guzmi Adventures followed me on Kick 5 minutes ago. I don't have alerts for that stuff, so I appreciate it. Guzmi over there. If you guys want to follow on the other stuff as well, we do have the YouTubes and we do have the Kick up and running if those are preferable streaming platforms for you. I know a lot of you guys are, you know, over here on Twitch and Twitch exclusives, which is fine. Hey, this Friday is a holiday for me. Sweet. I didn't realize that. It's always nice when you're like, oh shoot, we get a freaking day off on Friday. Is that Ridici? Hello, how you doing? What the heck is Kick? Kick is just another streaming platform that's like you know, the Wish.com version of Twitch. But now that they allow us to multi-stream everywhere, it's like you might as well put out your content everywhere because you don't ever know, like, you know, who's gonna find your stream where. So we're live on YouTube, Kick, and Twitch for this right now. Vacation day, right? Bob wishes this Friday was a holiday. So you got see, that's the thing that's nice about working for like government contract stuff. Is like I still get like all of the federal holidays off, you know. Oh hey, sweet. I'm gonna retweet this, repost it or whatever. If you guys remember, Kadam was a what you call it? A 2D to 3D like software that we were using a while back, and they just posted some of my old pictures and then linked me, which was pretty neat. They followed me today as well. Just got notifications on that stuff. He's going out Friday night and all day Saturday. Where's he going? Just out? checking. I'm supposed to be getting an email today. It's supposed to be scheduling like a meeting for me later today. So I gotta keep an eye out. No email yet. A Devil Dog birthday basket? What is a Devil Dog birthday basket? I don't even know what that is. Sounds fun though. Marine's birthday is the same day as Veterans Day? I thought it was like around that, but I didn't remember it being the same day. Day before, okay. Okay, so I think that our company is observing Veterans Day on the 10th then. So it's the same day as Marine's birthday, but it's like we get the 10th off because Veterans Day falls on a weekend. I think that's what's going on here. All right, I need to open up my output log. I need to clear it, and then I filter out these. All right, so I can see the errors, make sure this is actually starting. Yeah, he's lurking a little bit. Lurking in the shadows. Oh, nope. Alright, well the jump scare system definitely started, but I don't want to show that just quite yet, so you guys can stare at my beautiful face while I fix this. I just need to fix the level, because we're not supposed to be in that level yet. Press 1, okay. Hold up. Okay, there we go. Act surprised. All right, let's test this again. Well, I saw that it worked. So this is printing. So this is initializing, which means it should be does not equal main menu. So that we're not doing this in the main menu. That's right. Set player reference, and then schedule next jump scare. Scheduling the jump scare. See, Blue Eyes, you could have just said nothing, and you would have gotten away with it. So next scare, because I guarantee you, if you said nothing, like Turtle would have completely forgotten anything that you may have mentioned in this stream when he'd be like, I just got a random box. And then he would have not had to act surprised, because then he would have been like, oh yeah, neat, you know? Gifting surprises, it's all good. So he probably will forget anyways. That's probably true. That's probably true. All right, so schedule scare somewhere between 45 and 80 seconds. It'll activate closest scare. Activate closest scare. It'll call this. And so this is going to find the closest scare and then activate that and then reschedule another one. What's in the box? I know, right? Find closest scare. So this is going to look for all jump scare actors. Okay, so we need to add a jump scare actor to the scene. Man, this, you know, it's so weird, like when you look at like code. Gene Phelps, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Jimmy, how you doing? When you write code, like even if it's like a couple weeks ago and you go back to looking at it, you're like, why does this look like hieroglyphics? But I think I remember understanding. Basically, it's going to get all the actors. It's going to find the one closest to the player. And then it's going to return that one. And on that, we're going to just then call activate scare on that actor. So we need to create a jump scare actor in the scene, which I think I may have created that already. Yeah, jump scare actor. Let's open up this as well. Because this is going to give us a base of what the actor looks like. All right, Blue Eyes, appreciate you stopping by. Enjoy your webinar. Okay. Let me see what this looks like. Okay. Trigger volume activate. Okay, so okay, so we have a trigger. So we need to make a child of jump scare actor inside the level, and that should give us a trigger, and then we can add like whatever scare effect we want to that. It's basically, you know, whether or not we want it to trigger right away. We also can override this activate scare function inside of the blueprint, which means activate scare might need to be blueprint native so that we can overwrite this. Activate scare, because this is just going to activate the trigger volume. Yeah. We could also just make a delegate or something like that that gets called. So when it gets activated, we can say like, you know, scare or trigger was activated. But I think it would be better if we just make this blueprint implementable, because then we can choose not to activate the trigger volume if we don't need it. Is there not a way to always open the CPP and HTTP at the same times? Not that I know of. There might be, Kamu, like, but I'm not like super savvy and all that stuff. I usually just open up like the header file, find a function that I want to do, and then if you push F12, at least inside of this, well, let me rephrase that. Writer has like 2 different like keyboard shortcut setups. For whatever reason, on my laptop, it got set up one way. On my PC, it got set up another way. So F12 will bring you to the implementation, or vice versa, right? If I'm here, it'll bring me to the header file for it. But on my laptop, for some reason, it's Control B that does it. But it just opens it up this way for me, and then I just drag the windows around. It's not that big a deal. Because sometimes I don't need the C++ file open file, or the header file doesn't need to be open, right? Like I can just have one or the other and just see what I'm saying. The IntelliSense is way better inside of Writer than in my opinion, than in Visual Studio or whatever. It's way nicer. Not only that, but there's a plugin that Writer has that when you start up a project inside of Writer, it'll ask if you want to like install the plugin to the engine, or if you want to install it to the project or whatever. And that's where you can see like right here, you see how it says like no blueprint usages? This is because there's a plugin inside the engine that's looking for blueprints that are implementing these functions. And I can see where like inside of the editor or inside of blueprints, my C++ is being referenced. And then I can like click on this and it'll show me like the blueprints that are using it, which is really nice to have that, because like there's times where you're like wanting to remove a function from here, but then you're not sure if it's being called somewhere in blueprint. So like, you can find the linkages basically here. It's pretty nice. But all right, so to start here, what we're gonna do is we're gonna collapse that. We're gonna go under blueprints, and then we're gonna make a folder for jump scares. And then under jump scares, I'm gonna make a folder for each level as we go through. That way, like, we can keep it kind of organized. You haven't seen it in a while, Murky? I haven't. So when I went to start doing C++ again recently, because I've used Unreal C++ like years ago, right? And then I was like, well, I don't know if I want to like use it. And Blueprints was just so much faster for me to iterate through things and whatnot, so I just stuck with Blueprints, right? But when I went back to C++, mostly with this project is where I started really getting back into C++. I found that Writer was just a lot more convenient to use. It does take a little bit more time to start up because it's like indexing everything, but I feel like you know, in terms of like ease of use or like, you know, quickly doing stuff. It's been a lot faster and easier for me to use Writer. And I'm not affiliated with Writer by any means, but that's just my pitch on it. All right. So we made a folder in here. So now if we come in here, we can create a blueprint class, and all it needs to be is a jump scare actor. We'll call this BP apartment scare 01. I don't know what it's gonna be yet. Wrecker, what's up? This is just Spectre. So we cannibalized Spectre. Wrecker. That was a mouthful there. I might even spit on my screen a little bit. We cannibalized that game to make this one. At some point, I might come back to Spectre. So, like, in this game, you can't actually interact with the laptop at all. Like, the password's gone and all this other stuff. It's just kind of there as part of the scene. But when I started Dark Passenger, I wanted something that was, like, I could quickly iterate over it. And so I just wanted a really, like, solid, like, level that was already started. Because, like, that was kind of my goal with Dark Passenger, guys, was to do as little level design as I possibly needed to. So there are like demo levels in this game, like from the asset packs. But I did have to do some level design to kind of make them work with what I wanted to do for the level. But my goal with this was more so to try to get something done as quick as possible. And honestly, it turned into a much larger scale game, larger scope game, whatever you want to call it, than I originally, like, when I started writing this out on paper. But I actually already stripped a level out of the game and everything too. So as far as level design goes, I tried to like keep it to a minimal on this, just so like I could get it done. But even that, like, I still have like 2 levels that I have 2 or 3 levels that have some pretty significant level design I still need to do. What's up, Eva? This is Dark Passenger. This is the first level of Dark Passenger. We're working on jump scares for it today. At least we're gonna try to. Okay, so what do we want the first scare to be in here? I told myself after stream yesterday that I was going to make a list of like scares that I wanted to make, and then I got distracted. We went to Mexican food for dinner. I had a big margarita, and then I just watched football and fell asleep on my couch. Weren't doing this on stream. So what I'm not showing on stream, Eva, is I'm not showing the story and the puzzles. The jump scares are all randomized, so even if you see some of the jump scares on stream, like, it's still like randomized in game, so it's not like you're, you know, gonna be able to walk around the corner and be like, oh, I saw Warka put a jump scare right here, and you're gonna know it's gonna happen. It's still randomized. Too relaxing for jump scares. Well, you got to balance it out, Murky. You got to balance it out. You know, you can't just have all spookies, right? Because then you're, you know. All right. What can we do? What can we do for like a test? Do you guys want to see what the shadow guy looks like? I did some like changes to him. You guys are gonna see him anyways, right? Because we're gonna be using him for jump scares, so why not, right? So this is what he looks like now. He's got like a little bit of like a movement to him, like a jitter movement, and then like if you look at his skin, it like pulses black rather than just like solid black or anything like that. But this is a skeletal mesh, and I have the mocap suit next to me, so we'll be making some animations for him. Looks jelly, kind of, maybe a little bit. He moves around all kind of weird. But he's also in a nade pose, so I'm thinking like maybe we... What's up, Super Mario? Maybe we try to think of what we could do. What would be like a jump scare, guys, in here that wouldn't be like super cheesy? How are we looking at the markets today, buddy? I think we were green earlier. Throw some lights on. Stop second favorite. You got a flashlight. I'll show you the flashlight if you want to see it. I was looking at the markets. That's what I was gonna look at real quick. While I brainstorm. Okay, so green, but not like super green. I'm up like 0.16 right now. Starbucks has done well for me recently. Spy getting back up. It's good stuff. Good stuff. Crawling on the ceiling. Fridge opens. We're thinking of like a jump scare. Someone peek in the window. Peeking in the window. I kind of want to do something with like the bathroom back here because it's like pretty nifty. I rearranged the bathroom. If you guys remember the bathroom from Spectre. Like the fridge opens and a scary sound or something falling from the fan. Working on my graduate project and it's all lit by flashlight. Nice. I'm pretty happy with how the flashlight turned out in this one.
Find it, find it, find it, find it, find it, find it!
What?
Oh,
What's going on?
Why did it look like
Where am I?
that?
Jack!
Does not look like this in here normally. What the
Is he
hell?
dead? What the hell is going on?
Find it.
Who said that? What am I supposed to find?
I haven't shown any of this on stream yet, so I'm like...
Jack was always forgetful. Always writing something down on a sticky note or something.
The flashlight I need to fix, because it's got like a weird, hard outline on the thing in this level for some reason. Yeah, Jack. No, it's okay. It's all good. I just gotta fix that flashlight. That flashlight looks awful. No, it doesn't look right. That's not how it's supposed to look. Maybe I could change... Actually, let me change something really quick. Scatter, maybe?
Find it, find it, find it, find it, find it, find it!
No. Hold up. Danable, thank you for the resub for 23 months. Holy crap, that's almost 2 years. How you doing today? It's something to do with this. It's not looking right in here though.
Find it, find it, find it, find it, find it, find it!
It's a little bit better.
What? What's going on? Where am I? Jack! Is he dead? What the hell is going on?
Find it.
Who said that? What am I supposed to find?
Freaking jazz music playing.
Jack was always forgetful. Always writing something down on a sticky note or something.
That looks a little bit better on the flashlight. Yeah, all the voice clips are Doc. All the voice acting in this game, aside from the after credits scene, and there's one voice actor that I got for one of the puzzles. All the voice acting in this game is done by Doc. On a stinky note. Look, guys. When we first were doing the voice acting, it was very much like we're rushing through it, you know? because at one point we were like, okay, this needs to be done by Halloween, and like I was just like really like just pumping lines over to him. There might be some more lines I want to add now that we have a little more time, but yeah, get Jacksepticeye guy. Yeah, that would be awesome, but you know, there would be like a lot of work with that. Let me take my hoodie off real quick, guys. Warm, a little warm down here today. What's the idea behind it? The game idea behind it? So it's a story game. It takes place in the Hauntings universe. This game, technically, chronologically speaking, takes place before the main Hauntings game. And the idea is, well, I don't want to tell you. I'm not going to tell you the story too much because I don't want you guys to like ruin the story for you because there's like some twists and stuff to it. But it's a single-player horror game with puzzles that you have to solve and kind of work through this game and figure out this. There's a little bit of storytelling that goes along with it, and then there's like a little bit of like a cliffhanger at the end, that kind of deal. But it was meant to be a small single-player puzzle game with horror and jump scares and all that kind of stuff in it. But I got super distracted during the month of October with work stuff and the funeral and all the other stuff that I went to. So, but yeah, this is kind of the first level to it. This is kind of like the tutorial area, but I still want to add a couple jump scares into it. It is a cliffhanger set up for a sequel. So if this game does well or people like this game or whatever, there is a potential for a sequel to it that would come out later, obviously. Jump scares. So I don't know if this fridge model, I don't think this fridge model, it doesn't have an inside at all. So we could maybe put a different fridge in that has an inside thing, or model inside of it, with a door separate from it, so that we can maybe have like the fridge open up on its own or something. I don't know. I told myself yesterday that I was going to write down a bunch of jump scare ideas, and I didn't write down any. What if we just have something like fly, like we'd have like all this stuff like just fly off of here or something. You walk through a trigger. See, this room needs a little bit of level design just so I can maybe add some stuff to it. We could do that, yeah. We could just have him like appear. So, you know what? Let's do this. Let's create like a pose for him that's not a pose, so he's not so like annoying looking. So we could do that real quick. We just go into here, and then skeletal tree. Grab his left upper arm. I'm just gonna put it down. Oh, you know what? Turn this on. Let's just go down like 45. Maybe 50. Actually, let's go down 5 more. Okay, and then just go in 1 on these, and then the hand. I'm just gonna rotate the hands in a little bit. Just something like this, just so we have something that's not so weird. Just call it Shadow Person Idol. Need shader. Thanks, Avery. Yeah, I was messing around with it. I wanted it to be more like the edges weren't so crisp, but I couldn't really figure out a good way to like do that. So I just kind of didn't. More bulge. Weird way to put that. Let's save this for right now. I don't know if that's gonna be broken in other levels now. That's the problem. All right, so now if we put him in here, we should be able to use the asset. Put a Niagara system on my character, but never finished the project. I was gonna mess with Niagara systems, and I don't know why. Like, I've never like learned it enough to fully understand it. You know what I mean? Okay, so we have a thing. So let's go into our logic, our blueprints, our jump scares, the apartment. We're just gonna call this shadow person appear, because we can always reuse this in other places to where we like just have him appear, and then like when you look at him he goes away. We can have that be like several spots in the apartment, you know. Concerning some smoke particles next to the bones, so you can have a spooky. Well, that's what I wanted to do, Wrecker, but like I just didn't want to invest the time to figure it out. Didn't know enough. Yeah, I feel like Niagara is very much like that. All right, so inside of here, we have our trigger volume, and this one I think we don't actually need to trigger, unless we want to say like, you know, we need to make it visible during that, and then we need to figure out like if the player is looking at them and there's nothing in between them. Or that they're a certain distance, maybe. Because we could totally do kind of like I would love to pull inspiration from Mortuary Assistant. Let's just watch a jump scare video really quick. Just for some inspiration.
Whoa!
Great. Perfect.
Holy maca
I just finished
brick
with
balls.
I don't know who this is, but
Crew had a lot when playing this game.
he has a video called
Nothing
Best
else?
Jump Scares.
Whoa!
Okay, so that was just like a regular like environmental thing. Like just I think the window opened or closed, didn't it? Has a technique on it? Okay. Maybe I'll take a look at it, but for now I'm just going to keep him as he is.
These old windows never stay latched.
It's making a lot of noise, and it's scaring the living shit out of me. Yeah, okay, that was just a printer.
Jeez, this guy is... Okay. He's like getting jump scared by the tutorial, so let's get a different video. But like having something just like move or something like that could be something good. Maybe like a chair move. Do you guys think that would be... Like, just like subtle things, especially because this is like the tutorial level. I don't want to go too much, you know. Rana, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Let's try this one after the ads. Good audio during the ads. Hello, how you doing, Rana? Welcome on in. Hopefully you're saying your name right. Is it Rana or Reina? Yeah, after this short break from Fortnite. Stupid, okay.
That we're gonna react to the Mortuary Assistant jumpscare compilation. The Mortuary Assistant.
To something. Okay, Cock, where was I?
Okay.
Heavy bag.
Okay, so like things like that where it's just like there and kind of there. I feel like that's what Mortuary Assistant does so well, is that it's just like it's there and then it makes like a noise when you look at it. Right? It makes that little bit of a jump scare noise when you see it, or when your camera is looking within a radius of it. Those are super like awful. So I think that's what we should do with like the shadow person up here is we should just spawn him in and then just have him stand there. Maybe we could do something too where like his head is like always looking at the player kind of deal, so that like even if we put him in some sort of creepy animation, like he still has like head pointing towards the player in some way. And then we play that sound when you see it. The only thing is that I would like to check is maybe we could just do like what, a distance check and like looking towards it check. Like we don't need to do a line trace, right? Because technically, because my fear is, okay, here's what I'm afraid of right now is like, what if the player's over here and we spawn the guy in like right here, right? And he's looking this way, but like you walk up to this wall here and then it like plays the like, you know, jump scare noise, and it's like, oh well, it never actually saw him because he was on the other side of the wall. You know what I mean? So like that was why I was kind of thinking of doing a line trace, so that like you had to at least be like able to see him, but I'm not sure. Is when the ghost just peeks around the corner and then just slides back. So one of the jump scares I want to do, PC, is this door right here. I want to have it when this door, like have this door open and like be a trigger back in here, so it triggers it when you're in here, and then it's just, you know, the shadow dude, right? So let's do shadow person standing like here, right? And then let's give him that asset so his arms aren't like that. Just have him like standing like right there, and then so when you come around you see him, and then he'll like turn and like walk back that way, like kind of quick, and then have him disappear, so that when you come in here he's just gone, you know? I was like wanting to do some stuff like that, but we need the door to be, make sure the door is open. So maybe what we can do is we can like make like a really creepy like slow open effect, and we can call that function on this or something. So like if you're right here, like the door just like starts to creepily like squeak open, and then he's just standing there, and then like as you walk a little bit closer he just walks out of the way. You found a thingy? Let's see what the thingy is. So I think I've seen this thingy. It's on sale right now. Yeah, I've seen this thingy. I might look into it. We'll see. So what do you guys think? Should we do a line trace to make sure there's nothing in between you and the shadow figure, so that you actually have to see him? And let's actually reanalyze this scare for a second, because I'm pretty sure there's like an animation tied to it.
We have a code to something. Okay, cock, where was I? Heavy bag. No!
Or did he just disappear?
Fuck that guy! The guy freaks me out, bro! Stop that shit!
I don't know. I don't know if the shadow person will have the same effect as the mimic thing in this game, because the mimic thing in this game is just kind of unsettling looking with those big eyes and everything. And I feel like the shadow person's not that same thing. You know? I do have some other models that we were going to put into this. You're excited to learn it? Nice, Chris. For Game Maker? Game Maker looks really interesting. I used it a long time ago for mobile games. I don't know how it's progressed now, but the reason I stopped back then was because it was too expensive for me to use Game Maker. I didn't have any money back then to pay for it. I don't know what it's like now. But Godot is another good one that's free, completely free, open source. Should be subtle jump scares? Yeah. Well, that's where I was thinking, like, Wrecker, like, the idea of him just standing there is kind of like, you turn around and he's like, oh, shit, he's there. That kind of thing, and you play that noise, kind of like the jump scare noise here, right?
Okay, cock, where was
So, like,
I?
listen to the noise.
Heavy
Paused it. I was going to turn it up a little bit.
bag.
You hear that?
Fuck that guy.
That's
That guy freaks me out, bro.
the stinger noise. Like that's what I'm talking about. Such a tight space to make turns, and then that's when it spawns in. Wait, the thing is about that is that you're in such a tight space and it makes you turn around and look towards different walls, and when it spawns it in. Yeah. Well, that's what I was thinking about doing here. But yeah, we'd have to figure out a way that make it so like we have to activate it, and then I guess like when the player is not looking in that direction, we spawn it in real quick, and then when you turn around and you look at it again, that's when it, plays the sound and then makes them go away. Because we could do stuff with the animations too, guys. You got to keep that in mind. So like the quick jump out of the way or the walk out of the doorway type thing, I'm gonna have to put on the suit and then, get some animations for that. But doing this will at least give me a list of things that I need to do, so that when I put the suit on, it's not like I have to put it on, take it off, put it on, take it off. I could just record a bunch of animations back to back. Can you imagine there's an instance where he has been somewhere the whole time, you don't notice him until after a long time? Like that would be creepy. Yeah. So you have multiple characters scaring the player in this game? I do. The shadow person is not the only spooky thing in this game. There's 1, 2, 3 other models that I'm using. Yeah. Because I don't like this is the part about this is like I don't want to ruin the game for you guys. So like when you encounter it, it's like, oh my god. But then at the same time, like we're gonna have to ruin the game if I want to do it on stream. The Steam link doesn't work. Are you having that same thing, Blaze, where it's saying like link deleted or something? Because we had that issue earlier. I don't know why it's done that for some people and other people it's not. I should put up a command or something though in chat that'll allow you guys to go to the Dark Passenger. It's the Hauntings Dark Passenger. There's another game called Dark Passenger on Steam already, but the move that over there, I guess. Hold up, guys. I'm just rearranging some windows over here. I have. Wait, no, that's not what I want. Oh, actually, I can just do this. There we go. And I don't want this window. Whatever. Sorry. I just don't want to ruin the models for you guys. I mean, you might see them anyways. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what we want to do. But there's multiple different things that are scaring you in this game, yes. I was going to put the link to... If you guys are curious about Dark Passenger, this is the link right here. I will put it in the chat. Don't facepalm me, turtle. Fire you. It should go in the chat right now for you guys. If you guys want to check out Dark Passenger, the game we're working on today. No, but there's a way to calculate the angle between the players looking. Yeah, Wrecker. I already have that code put in here because there's a lot of things throughout this game that for some of the puzzles that require looking at things, and I know how to do the dot product math. I already have an example of it that I can just joink it, A Larry cameo? There won't be a Larry cameo in this game, no. What's up, True North? Do you know the leaky roof? That's not good. Just tell him to go away. Chris, are you talking about for Dark Passenger? It was supposed to be out by Halloween, but I lost like 2.5 weeks of development time prior to that. So I'm hoping that it'll be out before the end of this month, but I'm not really setting myself on any timelines. I'm just kind of working through it. Because I still have a lot of planning that I'm doing on a lot of things right now. So what I think about the ghost shadow that the player sees him for maybe 3 seconds only, just a thought. Well, yeah, we'll probably make it so like it pops up and then it plays like that noise. So you're kind of like jump scared a little bit. So you might, the camera might move and then he'll disappear or whatever. Good luck on my coding. Appreciate it, Shinor. No Larry, but why? I do have another model that was going to go in this game that would be like, I don't know, Larry adjacent, but I cut the carnival map out of this game. So There was another ghost that was a clown. There was another clown, but I took the carnival map out to save time. He's an abomination. Lessons Larry's cousin Barry. I guess. Could have called him that. He was just an store asset clown. Alright, let me see.
Bro, stop that
That
shit.
guy's actually creepy.
Stop.
Even from the demo version. He was really
Literally,
creepy.
stop.
That's fucking
Bro.
gross. That was gross.
Something.
Oh. That's the YouTuber talking over him.
That looking like something, dude. It's definitely this guy. Stop!
I
It's
just
definitely
missed it
this guy.
completely. Is it the one in the...
Stop!
Where is it?
Something, dude.
Am I just missing
It's
this?
definitely this guy.
Is it down the hallway or something? Oh, okay, there it was. There was a little face that was peeking through the door and it just pulled back. Yeah. There's another clown. I kind of want to find another video because this YouTuber is like talking over the clips. I'm already talking over the clips. We don't need another person talking over the clips. I'll give the game code away if there's another damn clown.
Stop! Jesus
What did he
Christ! Shut this fucking.
Jesus Christ, that was loud. Okay, that's interesting. I wonder if, well, you don't have a flashlight in this game, right? Okay. Let's get some like basic coding going on here. I think like having this one where it's just he appears somewhere. I think that's good. The thing is we need to make this blueprint implementable or native or whatever because I don't think I can override that function right now. No, I can't. So instead of making this just blueprint callable, we're going to make this a blueprint native event. And then what we need to do is it's like implementation underscore. Did I spell that wrong? I spelled it wrong, didn't I? Oh, it's the other way around. Okay. Okay. So what this will do is it'll make it so that we should be able to call this now from in here, and we can access that function in here now. So let's just go ahead and save everything and then recompile real quick. That is pretty clever, right? You have a jump scare that leads you into a second jump scare. Part of me wonders though if that was just probably chance or if that was all part of the same scare. You know what I mean? But he can kind of control the lighting a little bit more in that game because there's no flashlight, right? All right, so now we should be able to override this, which is activate scare. Perfect. All right. So on this one, we are going to add a skeletal mesh, which is the shadow person. Just call it that. Okay, go to our viewport. All right, perfect. So now we have this guy here. For right now, let's just go ahead and give him our idle positioning. All right, so now if we come into the scene, let's put him... let's put him like here. And then what I'll do is we're going to make some stuff in the tick event of this. And then, you know what? I think what we should do is maybe make like a is active function or is active variable inside of here so that we can like control that from there. All right, so we're going to, that's under components. We want to put it right here. I can't type. Okay. We're going to do a property, edit anywhere, blueprint, read, write. This is going to be a bool, is active, is scare active, we'll call it that. Okay. And by default, it will have this set to false as well. Okay. And then inside of here, we will make sure is scare active gets set to true. Okay. And then, oh, the engine just crashed on me in the background. Fun. Let's go ahead and restart that up. I think an easy one to start with is just having the shadow guy in a dark corner until the player looks at him with a certain range with a flashlight on so they get spooked. That's what we're doing right now, Wrecker. Is we're going to make it so that he appears, and then what we'll do is we'll make it so he appears, he stands there. I'm going to have it so like the character model always rotates to face the player maybe, or within like a certain degree of the player, so like the head will look at him maybe. That's what I was going to do in the tick stuff. All right, go ahead and open that back up. Let's go into our map. Let's make sure that the right level is loaded here. It's comparing textures for some reason. It's taking forever to update, is it? I've never played that game. But that's more of like a, I don't want to call it a cutesy game, but it's kind of more of a cutesy game, right? It's not a spooky game. All right, he's not there. So, let's just put him in right here for right now. Okay, and then inside of Shadow Person Appears, we have a tick event. We should be able to say, is scare active? So, it doesn't have a reference to the player, but this scare system does have a reference to the player. It should at least. So we could set that into there. Because what I'm thinking is that we have, well, I guess the shadow person doesn't need to do that, right? We can actually just do that in maybe like the animation blueprint form. We can make it like a look at player. Cozy, oh, nice, noise. Let's do this. Let's go ahead and go into art, animations. We are going to... Why? Find closest scare. Okay, so something in the scare system is breaking. Scare system line 44. This one. It's access none, so I'm assuming that it's failing due to the player to actor location. Huh. Activate closest scare. Line 23. Activate closest scare. Line 23, if closest scare. Which is coming back from find closest. This is coming back from here. Line 44. I'm assuming this is because of this. Because it's going to find the actor. But it probably doesn't have a reference to the player yet because the reference to the player gets set on initialize. I don't know why this is running at that point, to be honest, but I guess what we'll do is we'll just say we can wrap this in an if statement here. Set player ref. How do I want to do this? I could say if the player equals null pointer, because it's trying to set the reference and then go through. I'm wondering, does anybody know, because this is a world subsystem that's running these scare system. Does anybody know, does the world subsystem just run in like the editor when you're like editing stuff? Because like that's the only reason I can see that this, like as soon as I put an actor in the scene, right? Because right here it's looping through the actors, and it doesn't crash until we put the actor in the scene, which tells me that it's finding the actor in the scene, and then it's trying to get the player distance to it. But player distance is probably, or the player location is probably null pointer because we're not playing the game, right? There's no reference set. So I'm trying to say here, like if I guess what we'll do is we'll just say if we'll do another like if player again still equals null pointer after we set the reference up there, or say it does not equal null pointer. Then we'll do all this stuff. Closest scare. We'll just cut this, paste this, and then we'll do a return null pointer, because this should do it here. So if the player equals null pointer, try to set the reference. If it's still a null pointer, then we just return null pointer for this function. If it's not a null pointer anymore, then we do this like return a closest scare to it. Well, I can see right here, like this line right here, line 44 is what was failing inside find closest scare. And that line 44 was this line right here before I moved it. And this is just trying to find the distance between the player's location and this actor's location. I don't think it was crashing before because I didn't have any jump scare actors in the scene. And that's what it's finding up here, right? It finds the actors, and then we loop through those actors down here. So, like, before it wasn't crashing because it would never actually try to do a distance check because the array was empty, right? But as soon as now we put a jump scare actor into the level, it finds that actor, and it tries to do a distance check, and it's like, player's not set, null value, crash the engine. I think that's what's going on. So what we're gonna do is we'll close that, we'll save this, and then we'll see if that's still the case. Let's go ahead and open up Shadow Person up here. And then I guess we should test it, right? I was like, just to save time, I wasn't gonna do it, but we'll go back in there, we'll put them back in there, make sure it doesn't crash the engine again. All right, was that him? Okay, he's standing right here. So let's assume that he's good now. And now we go to art, we go to animations, and we were gonna create an animation blueprint for Shadow Person. And we'll call this animation blueprint look at player, because all he's gonna do in this one is just look at the player. So for our output pose here, we're just gonna grab our idle thing, and we'll put that into here for right now. And then inside of here, we need to do a bone adjustment to look at a thing. I don't think we can access it from here, but we can do it from here. So on update, we're gonna get scare subsystem, get player. Okay, that's not exposed. Set player ref. It's not exposed. Okay, so blueprint rewrite. Just blueprint read only. Oh, you guys are talking about the game that I don't know about. All right, so that should expose it. So now let's go back into here. The reason I want to expose that is I want to be able to access the player reference off of the scare system. And we'll say if valid, you know, do validate get. If it's valid, we'll get the player's location. We should actually be able to get the camera location because we wanted to look at the camera, not the. Oh, murky. Half of what's in the Hauntings code was probably written on whiskey. Just throwing that out there. All right, so if this is valid, get camera. Get player camera. I hate how in animation blueprints it does this thing where it's like no debug data. It's like I don't care. Get world location. Okay. And then what we need to do is we'll go ahead and we'll promote this to a variable and call this player camera location. And I want to say, I don't remember. I know we can set like a bone rotation. Find look at rotation. But the start needs to be the thing. What's up, Sandy? How you doing? Be on the lookout for typos. Okay, so we need to set rotation. I think it's like a bone rotation or something like that. Set transform bone? Transform modify bone. This might be what we want. Yeah. This will go into here, which needs to create this into here and this into here. So it needs to go to a local component. And the alpha's 1. So we want the rotation. So but in here, we need to find the bone that we want to modify. In this case, we'll do the head bone. And we want this to be in bone space, I believe. Rotation mode, replace existing. Okay, so then I don't want to expose these as pins because I don't want to screw that up. Okay. Okay, so this should be our rotation. The find look at rotation. The start point, get bone, get transform location? No. How can I get the location of the bone? Because the look at is going to be, right, the target that we want to go to is this one, the player camera. But the start, I don't know. I mean, we could do a get actor location, maybe. Get owning actor. Get. Is there not a way to like get the bone location? Get num. Why is my mouse like super? Second, I pushed a button, guys. I don't know what button I pushed. I think it's this one. Okay. Transform modify. That's the modify bone. Copy bone. gotta be a way to do this, and I'm just like struggling here. Give me 5, get bone location. Skeletal bone location. Get socket location. Maybe I could do a get socket location, but I might have to do that inside of here. Get socket. Get to. No. Get owning. Actor. Get. Mesh. Skeleton. Hold up. Get owning component. Get socket location. Head. Yeah, I know. This is what we'll do. Try this. I don't know if that'll work, but we'll find out. I do have Trello, but I don't really use it anymore. I use Notion for like all my note-taking stuff, which I don't have a Notion for this board. Okay, so then if we go into preview, hold up, this is gonna get the player camera location, set that location, set that location. I don't know if this will be the right thing, so we may just have to like test it really quick. Somewhere where I can see him. Okay, and then what we'll do is inside of here, look at player. Fun. This was just like a random engine crash. I wasn't even referring to my code. I don't know, maybe it needed, like sometimes hot reload will screw things up, which I don't remember if I hot reloaded that or not. This is broken. I'm gonna refresh this really quick. Hopefully I don't miss any chat. I can always pull up the thing really quick if I need to. Huh. It's weird because it says it's connected to the Kick chat, but it doesn't have any statistics on the Kick chat. And that totally just erased all my chat. So if anybody said something in the last like few seconds, which I don't think anybody did. No. Unless it says I'm on YouTube, but it's weird because like yesterday it was showing me numbers for all of these, but this it's not pulling that anymore. No, you didn't, Eva. I just looked. I have other chats open. This chat just got refreshed. Don't you lie to me. Appearance. Oh, that's that. I do know. I have multiple chats open. Specifically for this case. Okay. So grab him. Move him like here somewhere so I can see him. Save that. And now it didn't open him back up. Must have not had that open. Look at player. Okay, so if we hit play, does it crash again? No, so that was just a weird thing.
Find it, find it, find it, find it, find it, find it!
What's going on? Where am I?
He's not looking
Jack!
at me.
Is he dead?
I wonder if
What the hell is going on?
the player's just not set.
Who said that?
So maybe let's
What am
give
I
it like a
supposed
few
to
seconds. You guys are all lying to me. You're all liars.
Jack was always forgetful. Always writing something down on a sticky note or something.
I'm waiting to see if maybe like the player reference just isn't set right now. Should I be attracted to the ghost? I mean, you do you, man. You know. Okay, then copy and paste the story you wrote, Eva. Y'all lying to me. Okay, there we go. Now it's updating. So the player reference just wasn't set right away. Okay, so it does look to be working or doing something, but it doesn't appear to be transforming it properly. It's too much work. Well, then you're all liars. How do I maintain my beard? I actually don't do anything for my beard. And my... So, every 3 weeks? Every 3 weeks, I go in for a beard trim at my barber. And then every other 3 weeks, I go in to get my hair cut too. And that's basically all I do to maintain my beard and my hair. He's just looking up and down, not side to side. So, and I'm pretty sure the issue there is that the player reference isn't getting set right away. Root motion only. Find look at. We're modifying the bone rotation in parent world space, maybe. You okay there, buddy? So in bone space, this does seem to work, but... Huh. Okay, hold up. Why is it only rotating it that way? I don't understand. I'm just gonna, you know what? This code, is probably created by somebody else, and I can realistically probably just look at what they did, and I don't have to reinvent a wheel here. I don't want to watch a video though. Can I just look at your blueprint, animation blueprint? So rotation, add to existing is what they're using. Add to existing in component space. And then they are passing in a rotation value. Look at function, what? Is look at function just like a thing? I know I'm missing some chat right now, guys. I'll get back to that in just a second. Look at function. Oh shit, this is. So they're passing in the current transform, and then they're passing this into the look at vector. No, sorry, not the look at vector. This is the target position. Look at vector is the actor's forward vector. So get owning actor. Get actor rotation. I don't know if we need to do this. Like, 'cause get forward vector off of that is probably just the forward vector of the actor, right? Like this is probably the same thing here. This is the look at vector. I'm assuming. Stop doing that stupid debug thing. The up vector is the up vector of the thing here. Use up vector is checked. The current transform, get actor transform. Okay, and then we don't need to set this stuff. Okay, and then what we'll do is we will split this, promote this to a variable called head rotation. We'll set that. And then what we'll do is we'll set this back to 0 if this is not valid. So it should hopefully 0 it out. And then in here, we pass in rotation. All right, this is what it's saying. Handsome work emote, right? His name be Simon. He already has a name. But I'm not going to tell you what his name is, Eva, because it's part of the story. You're getting an error 2000? Weird. I'm just gonna put a message in chat really quick, guys. From what you guys are saying, we are streaming on YouTube and Kick as well. If you guys still want to watch the video, you just can't see it on Twitch at the moment for whatever reason. If you guys need the links, let me. Well, I guess they're not in. Hold on a second. Let me just. Just gonna do this now because you guys are obviously having problems. If you guys are having issues on, if you're having issues on Twitch, you guys can go click those links there. Hopefully those issues will get resolved. You guys should be able to type on any of those things and it should all work. It's back? Okay. Well, if Twitch is back, then welcome back on Twitch. If not, like I said, there is 2 other options. That's the nice thing about being allowed to multi-stream, is if one platform has an issue like that, it makes it real easy for me to be like, okay, hey guys, you know, Twitch is being weird. Go jump on the YouTubes or go jump on Kick or something like that. And we're all getting the same content still, you know? There's no delay in it. All right. Supposedly this should work. Supposedly. Save everything. Hit play. Now, it won't be looking at me right away because the player reference I don't think is set right away.
Find it. Find it. Find it. Find it.
That gas
What?
is a little too much delayed right
What's
now.
going on?
I have to fix that.
Where am I? Jack! Is he dead?
It's Jack. Is he dead?
What the hell is going on?
Feels
Find
way
it.
too high.
Who said that?
What am I supposed to find?
Alright, let's wait for this jump scare to trigger here. Because what it's going to do is, like, if the player reference isn't set, because, like, right now, like,
Jack was always
it
forgetful.
wouldn't matter,
Always writing something down.
right? Because we wouldn't
on
be
a
seeing
sticky
it.
note or something.
But the player reference just isn't set yet, is what I'm assuming is what's going on at the moment. But we should see some sort of head movement as soon as it does get set. But this will be important to test because if we want to use this on any other spooky model later or whatever, we could just reutilize the code, you know, on a different animation blueprint for it or whatever. I don't know why I keep thinking that there's going to be like something looking at me like over the top of this stupid refrigerator, but it's just like the little like toaster box. Okay. So I think it's working. It's just off by like 90 degrees. You can see it's like looking to the side, and it's consistently like doing that. So we might just need to figure that part out. I always add something to make it true. Well, we need the player camera location. Are you talking about in order to get it out of there faster or whatever? Sakamaka, thank you for the follow on Kick, by the way. I think it's just something to do with this. The look at location. Like, I'm wondering if we could like append like a 90-degree turn onto it. That might just fix it. Oh, yeah. That could be definitely a jump scary thing, but we need to make sure that we're out in the living room area part of the map, right? Because if you're back in like the kitchen, the bedroom, or the bathroom part of the map, like it won't make sense that there's something like peeking over the fridge into the living room. So we just gotta just double check, you know. This is kind of neat that there's like this clamp cone and degrees type things, probably so you don't turn the head too far. But look at vector is the actor's forward vector. I wonder if we change that to like the actor's right vector, if that would like because I'm wondering if it's because the model is actually, hold up, this could just be a thing in, yeah, you know what, this might be a thing in here, because if I turn this 90 degrees that way, that actually might fix that because it's using the actor forward vector. Let's try that.
Find it!
What? What's going on? Where am I? Jack! Is he dead? What the hell is going on?
Find it.
Who said that? What am I supposed to find?
It's nice, like upbeat jazz music playing a horror game.
Jack was always forgetful. Always writing something down on a sticky note or something.
There he goes. Okay, so then that was the problem. This is a nifty little function. Clamp cone in degrees. I'm wondering if I put like 90 in there, if it'll always turn its head just to its side, so if you go behind it, it doesn't twist its neck all weird. Should we for science it real quick? What we need to do though is we need to get that to initialize the player sooner. You know what? Let's do this. Let's just say event begin play. Scare system. Set player That way we can call set player reference on begin play, so we don't have to wait like the, 45 to 80 seconds or whatever it is for it to trigger the jump scare. Or set the player reference, rather. So now in here, we should be able to say set player ref. And just to like make sure that we're not going to run into an issue, we'll do like 3 seconds. Because we got to do the whole wake up sequence anyways, which I think is 8 seconds. So, it's not a big deal. Since your dead guy actually looks like Xerxes version like this in the game. It doesn't look exactly like him. And like they would have to go out and prove in some way that it's him. I don't think like, because like we didn't, so we used his picture as like something to feed into the snapshot tool as like a base, but then we edited the thing quite a bit. So it's not like his exact likeness. It was just something that we used as like, a starting point. But even then, like, I don't know, like they would have to, they'd have to even know about it, right? B, they'd have to like say, yep, they'd have to prove that like, yep, that looks too much like him. And like, you can't even get a like good look at his face unless you're like in the editor, right? Like, cause like you got to think you'll be stuck on like the wall over here. So like you can say that might look like Jacksepticeye, but then at the same time you might be like, well, that looks like just a regular dude too. Like, I don't know, like it's not like his exact likeness, I think if there was like a way that you had like tattoos or something that was very identifiable that matched exactly, then you'd probably be able to say like, yep, that is that person 100%. But I think because we just used it kind of as like a base and then we like made our modifications off that, like I don't think it's like too identical, like to the point where you can be like, yeah, well, yeah, that's him. Obviously I would love to get like a collaboration type thing with him, but it shouldn't be an issue. Legally distinct Jackson. Like, yeah, there would be a whole, you have to prove it to an extent. Zentra, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Now I'm like chilly again, man. I can't regulate my body temperature. What was the clamp. That's what I wanted to check, but I didn't want to wait. Why is this crashing? It's like the editor just has issues today. Because this is nothing to do with my code. Okay. Why? Do I have to... Blueprint callable. Yeah. This is the only thing that I've been like slightly aggravated about with using C++ for a lot of stuff, is that you run across these just kind of weird errors way more often. When your stuff like is all blueprints, things just typically kind of tend to work a lot better because it's like code written by Epic. But Tayakin, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. But we have nice calming jazz playing that can calm us down, right? Okay, now it's happy. So yeah.
Find it!
What's going on? Where am I? Jack! Is he dead? What the hell is going on?
Find it.
Who said that? What am I supposed to find?
90 might even be too far, to be honest. It does seem to be working though. The clamp. So we might go a little less than 90. Something like, what, like 75? Isn't the ideal method a nice... It is. Absolutely tier 1.
Find it.
I'm just saying
Find it.
it's
Find it.
sometimes just frustrating when you're...
What? What's going on?
There we go. I was looking
Where
at his
am I?
neck. I was trying to make so his neck wouldn't twist too
Jack!
much.
Is he dead? What the hell is going on?
There we go.
Find it.
Who said that? What am I supposed to find?
Alright, that works perfectly good now. Sweet. But yeah, no, a good blend between them is probably the most ideal way of doing it, right? Writing the most of your code in C++, exposing that out to blueprints, and then making tweaks in blueprints. Definitely, like, the ideal method is absolutely that way. I'm just saying, like, I've noticed that on this project, I've worked a lot more in C++, that we've run into more issues with, like, the editor just randomly crashing at times, when I didn't have that issue nearly as much in, like, blueprints only. Okay, now I'm chilly. I'm gonna put my hoodie back on, but I'm not gonna. I don't know. I can't regulate my damn temperature. We'll do this for a little bit, see how that feels. My wife may have kicked the heat off or something. I don't know. Okay, cool. So now he looks at me. That's perfectly good. We need to do stuff in here. So for right now, I'll leave this code in here just in case it doesn't have it. But eventually we'll just delete this, because what'll happen is when a jump scare gets activated, it'll set that player reference if it's not set. I just didn't want to wait until the jump scare gets activated, which is, 45 to 80 seconds or something like that. So I didn't want to do that. Okay, so should we... Should we allow multiple scares to get activated at the same time? Or should we modify the system slightly so that it waits to activate a new jump scare until the other one gets, like, triggered? So that, like, you can only have one scare active at a time. That's probably a better way of doing it, right? So we can call activate. Okay, hold up. Let's look at the code really quick. In the scare system, schedule next scare. This gets called here after it activates the closest. So I think what we want to do is inside the actor, we'll have an activate, and then we'll have a trigger function. And when it gets triggered, then maybe we tell it to schedule the next scare that way, rather than just like, because what's happening right now is it starts the game and then it says, okay, schedule next scare, right? So then it'll be like, okay, start a timer for 45 to 80 seconds. And once that timer's done, activate the closest scare to the player, which is this stuff here. And then after it activates it, it tells it to schedule the next scare, right? Which means 45 to 80 seconds after this one gets activated, not triggered, but activated, it's going to go try and activate another one. And the other issue that I'm finding with this now is that this code needs to be checked. No, I think we should schedule it, and then once it's triggered, have that schedule the next one. So that we don't have overlapping scares. And then also, because when the trigger happens, it's going to delete that jump scare actor from the world. And that way, when we say find closest scare, it can't find the same scare again and try to trigger the same thing again because it'll be already triggered. So I think we should move this out of here. Like, we shouldn't do this here. And then what we need to do is inside of the jump scare actor, let's create a function. That will be, we'll do blueprint callable, void trigger scare, and inside of trigger scare, which should be, oops, below this. We want to do this as a blueprint native. Blueprint callable. So I don't know if we need to do native because we could just do it in well, I don't know. We'll see. So trigger scare. We could make another like blueprint implementable event that is like scare effect as a function. So then what this will do, it won't matter if we set the trigger volume to deactivate or scare as active to false because that will, this is going to get destroyed afterwards. But we need to schedule the next one. Okay, so now I got to remember how to do that because it's, we got to get access to that world subsystem, and I got to remember what the logic is for that. I think I have an example of that in the player. Wait, we want to go to private player. In game? No. It's going to be this one, I think. Because we got to like find the subsystem. Trying to remember how you do that. Why is that red? New local player. This is the enhanced input stuff. Input stuff. I think it's something similar, but I think it's like get world. Was it? Get subsystem? There's a way to reference the subsystem in Blueprint or in C++, and I don't freaking remember right now. Why is this red? Compile time verbosity. I guess it's not in here. Maybe it's in the other subsystem. Story subsystem. Game manager. Huh. I guess I could just Google it. Okay, I'm just gonna Google it. use subsystems. That's not what I care about. Through the G engine? U scare system reference scare system equals G engine get world subsystem. It says get engine subsystem, but I don't know if it's an engine subsystem. This doesn't feel right. Unless there's like world get sub. That's why I thought it was like get world get subsystem use scare subsystem. Alright, I think this is what we want. Because it's not an engine subsystem, it's a world subsystem. I think this is what we want. And then off of scare system, schedule next scare. So when we have trigger scare, we want to tell it to schedule the next one. So we don't keep scheduling them until they activate the previous one. I guess the only problem with this now is what if they don't trigger a scare and they walk past it and they go further into the level, then they just won't get scared again, right? They won't get a jump scare because that previous scare, unless we just set like a timeout, like you have so long to see the scare, and if you don't see it, then, you know, we automatically, maybe we just deactivate it. Sorry, I was reading something really quick. I saw my name come up over here. They were just referencing towards me, but they weren't talking to me. What do you guys think about that? Like a timeout, and maybe we just have it deactivate itself, and like put it back into the pool of scares, so that if you go back into that level, the area of the level, like it can trigger again later. Does that sound like a reasonable solution here? Because then we'll just have to make a timeout. So like in an activate scare. But see, now if we do this and we overwrite it, I guess trigger volume activate. I think we do a timeout system. I'm just trying to think about how I want to do this now, because it's going to activate. To lurk here, appreciate it, Frantic. Thank you for that. Oh, there's a couple people viewing over there now. I don't know if Kick has ever increased their game development section, but let me just see here. Maybe if I do this. Trying to resize some windows over here really quick. So I can still see what's going on, but okay. On to lurk here too. I appreciate it. Appreciate the lurks across the board, guys, because that definitely helps. Definitely helps with YouTube, because I'm pretty sure viewers on YouTube for the live streams count towards watch hours, towards partner. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. I appreciate it across the board, though, guys. All right, so let's do this. Let's say instead of activate scare implementation, because that's going to activate the trigger, but we don't always need the trigger to be activated. Maybe we should make a subset of jump scare actor that is like a triggered jump scare, or like, I'm trying to think how that would work. Well, I guess we could still use the trigger volume for all of them, even like this one, right? Because we can say like you have to be inside the box and looking in that direction, and then it triggers. So we could still activate the trigger. Okay, we're gonna keep the trigger. On activate scare, we'll just okay. I think what we'll do is we'll make a separate function. We have trigger scare, which is going to be like, okay, the effects. So we need to activate the scare, which will activate the volume, set the active stuff here, and then we'll make a function that is blueprint implementable that will be like initialize scare. And that's where we're going to like, you know, unhide the mesh, do whatever we need to do for that specific scare. But activating the scare will activate the trigger, we'll set the Boolean, and then we'll also set a timer in here for a timeout timer. So we'll do this. Is there a considerable delay with YouTube compared with Kick and Twitch? Interesting. I don't know if that's something I can really control, though, because we're using the restream. And I don't think there's any delay settings set on the stream. Let me see if I can go into my studio thing and see if there's any weird delay settings. Let's see here. Your channel? No, there's like a place to go to like studio. Go live. Let's click on this one. Excellent connection. Stream settings. You know, like there is something set to low latency on there, but I don't know. 1080p. I don't see anything else on here that I can necessarily change. Huh. Second, let me just drop that into this tab. Just want to let me know. Okay. Culture Anatomy. Is that Frantic? Is that your YouTube name? Just wondering, because it was like you said lurking here too. All seem around the same delay for you. Okay, maybe it's just a refresh thing then. One of them. Okay. Works for me. I just when there's like different streaming things like this or Discords and all this other stuff, people have like different YouTube or different usernames for all that stuff. You know. Scare timeout. All right, so the scare timer, this is the handle, right? Actually, hold up. Scare timer, that's probably, This is what we're gonna need. What do I have that under? Variables. Scare timeout. Okay, we're gonna call it scare timeout. And in here, we're gonna put that into that. So that's the handle that this gets set into. I don't know why this didn't get freaked out, but we're gonna make this a jump scare actor, and then we need to make a function for it, which will be a timeout function. So you function blueprint. We'll call it blueprint callable just in case I want to time out the thing with the blueprints. This one's not delayed at all. Interesting. Were you lurking on there for a while? Like maybe it buffered for a little bit? I have no idea how that all works. Getting back to work? Okay, all good. Void reset. We'll call it reset jump scare. And make an implementation for that. And we are going to make this the function that we want to call. All right, and then time until next scare. How long should a jump scare stay active before we time it out? Is 60 seconds decent? What? How does this work? Did that automatically get eaten? Interesting. I don't see that comment on here. Weird. Oh, neat. There's like moderation tools on here. I don't see that comment though. It must have been auto-moderated. Okay. The joys of learning multi-streaming, guys. Lots of stuff to learn. Time until next jump scare. For right now, we'll say you have, I don't know, 60 seconds. Does that feel too short to see a scare before it resets it? Okay, so it auto-modded you. I wasn't gonna ban you. I was just gonna maybe time you out. You know, weird comment to come into. Let's see here. Let's do 60 seconds for now. And then we don't want this to loop. Okay. So after 60 seconds, it'll call this. And then what we'll do... Giving out bans. They just made a weird comment on the YouTube chat. What's up, Skeleton? How you doing? We are gonna make a function. Okay, so trigger scare. So trigger scare is the jump scare going off. We need to have like a function that we can kind of put like in between here. That would be, we activate the scare here, which activates the timeout, and then activates the trigger and all that other stuff. But then we'll have another function that'll be blueprint. Actually, doesn't even need to go here. It'll just be blueprint implementable. That'll be like initialize scare stuff. So like, for example, like making the mesh visible. And then we'll have to have some sort of function on like the tick event or something like that to like, we'll just do that all in the blueprint because that's like individualized to the scare at that point. But I'm thinking we make activate scare no longer blueprint native. And we just have it call a blueprint implementable event. So this would be... gone. Because then we don't need this function in here anymore. Sorry guys, I'm just kind of reorganizing this stuff. So that would be activate scare, which is what this stuff is doing in here. Okay, and then what we'll do is after it does all this stuff, we're gonna have a function which will be called U function blueprint implementable event. Just okay, I hit the heck. Init scare. Scare effects. Toggle, maybe toggle. And we'll do a bool should show. Okay. And then this is just going to tell me it's not implemented any of the things. But then up here, what we can do is we can call toggle scare effects true. And then in reset, we'll call toggle scare effects false. And then down here is scare active equals false. Trigger volume deactivate. Okay. And that's going to call like this. The timeout should be, yeah. Under trigger scare here, we're going to probably want scare timeout dot invalidate. Let's do this. If scare timeout is valid. Just to make it a little bit more. So when we trigger the scare, clear the timeout. We don't want that to do that anymore. Schedule the next scare, and then probably destroy. Destroy the scare actor. I think that'll be good. This is gonna like show or toggle these scare effects on, show monster, etc. Okay, just gonna put a little note in there what that's doing. This is initializing this stuff. Tick true, yeah, okay. Create this, it deactivates the trigger until it's ready. So we activate it, toggle the scare effects on. We have a timeout that will toggle it off and deactivate it. Okay, so when we do a reset here though, we need to schedule the next scare. So we need to do this stuff again. So deactivate this stuff and then schedule another scare to be set up. Honestly though, I'm wondering if a jump scare times out because we didn't see it, should it automatically trigger another jump scare to like immediately activate? So like it finds where you are now and tries to activate another one. Like it was like, oh hey, like this one never went off, so we're gonna find where you are and activate another one around you there, so that like maybe you'll trigger that one. What's up, Strick? How you been? I'm doing all right. I'm all over the place, but I'm all right. Hanging in there, I guess you could say. wonder if it should just because what we could do is inside of schedule, we could pass in like a Boolean or a float value here or whatever, and we could set the min-max float values there. And then like by default, we set it to like 45 to 80. But like in those instances, we could just say like, 0 to 2. And it will trigger that right away. Switch still have $22,000. Would have been probably, yeah. Probably. I'm wondering if I should do that, like implement like a thing here, like a min and max scare time. Up here, okay, so then back here, if we're resetting it, we're going to do 0.0 f to 2.0 f. So like either right away, let's do 1 to 2. So like 1 to 2 seconds after this is done resetting this one, it'll trigger something else near you. That way. This one, this was actually triggered, so 45 0f back up to 80.0f. Okay. Cool. All right, let's see what this does. You saw my YouTube update. It is going pretty well. It's still definitely in the prototype phase of it. We want to finish up this game first, which is Dark Passenger, before I get into prototyping that open world. We did do a little bit of stuff on stream where we were creating the open world, so we do have like a map. If you guys want to see the map, I can show you what the map looks like. So this is what the Hauntings open world will look like if you guys haven't seen it yet. We have all of the maps from the current game. So we have the gold mine, the campsite, the farm, the motel, and the diner. So these are all going to be in the map. It's just going to be, you kind of have to travel between the locations and everything. We're going to use procedural content generation to generate all of the trees and all the other stuff. And then we're going to use some spline roads and just kind of try to knock this out. We already have a height map created and an auto texture put into there, and just kind of prototype this out so that we can see if like some investors might be interested in getting on board with something like this, so I can hire a team of people to work on this and it just not be me. But it's kind of what we have prototyped. Yeah, it did much go back and forth a little bit. So this game we're working on right now, this was a single player traditional horror with jump scares and puzzles and all that other stuff. And then I just wanted to get this done because I needed a break from multiplayer. That's basically what it was. And so this was born out of that idea. And I was hopefully to get it out by October 31st, but with work trips, and then I had a funeral that I had to go to and some other stuff, and just like not being in the right mental state, I didn't work on it that much as I wanted to. A lot of October was very busy. So we are back to it now. Going to try to wrap it up, and then we'll get back into the prototyping of the overall map for the open world thing, see if I can pitch that to some investors / publishers, whatever, to hire a team to then hopefully finish up the Hauntings, get that out, and then we'll go from there. Sometimes I say we as in terms of like I'm referencing, you know, like my studio. Sometimes I say we as in terms of like, you know, you guys here in chat with me are, you know, giving me ideas and feedback and stuff. So it's just kind of a collective term. I don't really have a team working on any games yet. There's no empty space. There is some empty space, but you'll be able to travel with like vehicles and stuff. And there's going to be POIs that that you can hit along the routes. So like there'll be campsites and stuff you can find, and just like, you know, trailers and little tiny buildings along the way that you can like scavenge for stuff. But yeah. Yeah, Strict. I might once I get that prototype, the open world prototype set up, and I can maybe get some like gameplay out of that, or something to put together a good trailer. That, like I said, because I want to use it as like an investor demo. I might go back and try Kickstarter again, because we tried it once already and we did get a good total on there, but I had a really high funding goal for it because I didn't want to take people's money unless I could like actually hire a whole team and do all that stuff. So I set a really high goal. But we did still reach, I think on Kickstarter, we got up to like 35,000. I set the goal to like 150 or something like that, because by the time you take out taxes, you take out Kickstarter fees, you take out like all that stuff, like you lose like 40% of all the money you make on Kickstarter. It's ridiculous. So like to go around and try to hire, you know, a team of 3 to 5 people on top of the Kickstarter fees and taxes, it was like, oh, you had to put the goal super high. And like I said, I just didn't want to take anybody's money unless I knew 100% for a fact I could use that money to do what I wanted to do with it, which was hire a team. So rather than just sitting there and taking, you know, $35,000 from you guys and then not being able to deliver on it, I just set my goal really high. Yeah, it's about 60% that you actually walk away with. All right, what was I doing? I think we just resaved that, right? So now I should have toggle scare effects. Okay. So for right now, really? How many times has that crashed on me today? It's just like this general error, engine crash. It's ridiculous. That's what I'm hoping, Strict. Yeah, like, I know there's people that are getting a little bit, I wouldn't call it impatient, but like there's some people that are, okay, this is wrong. Getting a little bit like antsy, right? But I think the biggest problem that I'm going through right now with those kind of people is the fact that like so many people found this project like when it was like a month into development. Right? And I had original like scope for it. I had original deadlines, original dates that I wanted to make. And then I brought some other people into the project and we decided to change things. So like, you know, that changed the timelines. And then, you know, it's just a whole like evolution of things like that you go through with game development. Scope changes, it expands, it shrinks in some areas, you know, you add certain things. So like a lot of the stuff just changes based off of, you know, going through a development cycle. And I think a lot of people, because they got into the project, you know, like I said, like a month into it, they were like, why isn't this out yet? And I'm like, well, I mean, look at any other indie game that's come out, especially by, you know, solo developers. They take 4, 5, 6 years to release a game, right? Like, especially a game of this scale. I'm only 2.5 years into it. So, like, I have time to try to put a product out that I'm proud of, and I'd rather do that than shove something out that I'm not proud of, you know what I mean? With meeting objectives. Well, that wasn't part of the original plan, but it's kind of like morphed into part of the plan now, you know? All right. Are we good now? You gonna keep crashing on me if I compile this and save stuff? Okay. So on branch, we're gonna branch off should show. And on this one, we're going to grab this. We're going to say set visibility. Well, actually, we can just do this right off of here. We don't even need a branch. We'll propagate that to children just in case. I don't know if I need the branch here or not, really, for this one. Okay, let's make him not visible by default. Save. Okay, so now he should not be visible. He should get triggered. He should become visible. Sorry, I missed chat. Let me get caught up here. Aren't in-game development don't understand that one change and destroys hundreds of lines of previous code. Well, that's the other thing that people were saying. Like, a couple of people were saying, like, oh, he's had like 2 other developers work on the project with him, and he still doesn't have the game out. Blah blah blah. Well, the problem is like when you have a developer come into a project and then they leave the project, like whatever code they had, unless it was like 100% complete and it integrated perfectly with everything else, like you're gonna have to probably rewrite almost all of it, because it's really hard to like look at somebody's code, figure out A, how much of the code they have completed, and then B, what the direction they were trying to take the code was, to like then try to finish up a system that they wrote. And doing that is a lot more difficult than just saying like, okay, I'm just gonna take what they wrote and I'm gonna remove it and I'm gonna recreate it my own way, because it's gonna be much more faster for me to do that, and I'll understand where everything's going and what I have envisioned for like how this code should work, than trying to read somebody else's code and then implement it further from there. And then not only that, but like as things change over time, if you don't fully understand all of the code that they wrote, like if I go to change something that system may touch, let's say like I change the equipment and they wrote a durability system, right? Well, if I change the equipment and like the durability system doesn't like that new change, I have to then go in there and again figure out what they wrote to then integrate it into the new change. Whereas if I just wrote it myself, like it's much easier for me to be like, oh yeah, that's kind of what I was doing. So like people were saying like, oh, they had like other people working on it and they did this stuff and blah 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 blah, and I'm like, and then they got all mad because I had to redo it. And it's like, well, yeah, like it's so much more difficult to extend somebody else's code than it is to just create your own code and extend that. And so it's just it's a big thing, right? It's a big loop of stuff to go through, and it's just I'm at a point where I would like to have a team of people working on it, but I don't want to do it under some sort of profit share or any of that kind of stuff. I'd rather be like, hey, I'm paying you X amount of dollars to do these things, go do it, right? And that way it becomes their day job, right? They have time allocated towards doing this stuff now because it's paying their bills, and it's not like, well, hey, like I can't work on anything this week because I need to go do X, Y, and Z other thing, which will pay my bills. And then it's like, well, you know, you feel bad as like a person who's like in charge of the project being like, no, screw that. You can't go pay your bills. It's like, no, I'm not going to do that. So it's a whole thing. I'd rather just be able to say, look, you work for Broken Cuff Studios. You are an animator. Go animate things. Here's a paycheck. You know what I mean? What's your opinion on the Lethal Company? What's that? One change can destroy like tons of stuff in code. Thinks differently, yeah. That's the thing, right? And like sometimes like you might not even understand what they were doing. Like they may have had like this picture in their head of what the thing was going to turn out, and they didn't finish it. So like when I go and look at it, it's like I cannot for the life of me figure out what the heck you were trying to do. Right? So rather than spend months trying to decipher code, I can just rewrite my own code in a much faster time. And I think the problem with it lately is I'm stripping a lot of stuff out of it because I was trying to scope certain things down, make things less complicated, because there's some stuff like gas and all that stuff that's like super awesome to have in there, but like I feel like it overcomplicates a lot of stuff at sometimes. So I just wanted to strip stuff down to make it, you know, as easy as possible. Yeah, and well, that's the thing is like they do want the one thing. They want the product, right? Everybody wants the product. They want to play the game. And I think the issue is just like trying to market something. And I didn't even try to market the Hauntings. That's the other thing is like some of my viewers just took it upon themselves to go out and like, you know, word of mouth start spreading the project I was working on, and it just kind of like caught on, right? Like it just kind of like almost like, you know, you lit a match in a field, like a dry field, and it just started burning everywhere, right? Like that's kind of what happened with the Hauntings. Like I never pushed any sort of marketing for it. It was the viewers that just went out and started sharing it. And then all of a sudden, you know, a bunch of people got really interested in it. And so it's one of those like issues of like getting people interested a little too early in development, and then people becoming like not impatient, but like frustrated that you just haven't finished it yet. And then they see me doing a lot of other things, which, you know, part of it's for my own mental health, you know, part of it's just for, you know, trying not to burn out on a long-term project. You know, there's a lot of little things that go into it that, like you say, like people just want the product at the end of the day. And when they see me doing stuff that maybe not progress the product or regress the product or whatever, they get all antsy about that. And I understand, but at the end of the day, whether the Hauntings comes out or doesn't come out, or takes 10 years or takes 5 days, it's not going to significantly change anybody's life. You know what I mean? The only person's life that it might change is mine, and that's because I might be able to quit my job and just start making games full time. Right? Like that's the only like thing that's going to change. Like if the game doesn't come out, like anybody who would be a player of the game, they may be sad that it didn't come out, but it's not going to be like, oh, like this destroyed my life because the game didn't come out. You know? Struggles or complications. That's true. I mean, yeah. But, you know, everybody's entitled to opinions, entitled to their thought processes. And, you know, if they want to, you know, stop following along with the project and then just, you know, maybe come back to it when it's out or whatever, or just not come back to it ever again, that's on them, you know? It's a whole complicated process to go from A to Z. You can't just jump from A to Z, you know? Provides a good look and see what's going on. And that's the other thing. Like I try to be very transparent with you guys. I try to be open on here. I answer questions. I'm trying to be live. Yeah, I may wander off on other projects occasionally, or I might, you know, rabbit hole into something that probably doesn't matter. But like, you know, that's, you guys get to see like a glimpse into like what I'm doing every day. I would love to make devlogs. I just feel like I just don't know how to structure a devlog. You know what I mean? Like even like what I'm doing right now, like you're like, oh, I created a scare system, blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't know. Like it's just it's so much more difficult for me to like record a YouTube video or a TikTok or something like that than it is for me to just like click go live and then just start working, you know, and start spewing things out. If something isn't ready and you need 2 more weeks, just tell me in advance. Yeah, I mean, that's what I try to do, right? Like I try to post things, like obviously the Discord's been quiet and I don't really post a lot of updates on the game and stuff like on Twitter right now, but it's just because I feel like I'm really in the weeds on stuff and I'm trying to like clean everything out and get it to a good solid state. And then I'll be like, okay, like this is where we are, this is what's going on. Like I'd like to start writing like updates and stuff, but it's just a matter of figuring that all out. I've seen you come into so many chats talking about how you're coding. I mean, it's like all I do. Like literally, like I don't have real life friends. I don't go hang out. I literally watch football as my like escape from the computer, and then the rest of the time is pretty much just sitting in this chair that I'm sitting on right now, working on either this or my day job, or you know, trying to strengthen networking connections, like all of that kind of stuff. Oh no, I definitely want to get into TikTok, Strict. I posted a TikTok where I just literally sat on my couch and was just like, hey guys, this is what I'm thinking about doing with the Hauntings. Let me know what you think. Like that's literally all the TikTok was. And it got like 800 and something views. And I didn't advertise it and I didn't publish it. I didn't do anything other than just record it on the app and hit send to TikTok, you know? Friends, what is that? It's a TV show, I think. Splashing around in tubs. I mean, that probably would have made a pretty funny devlog if I recorded myself doing that. Just like going into my bathroom and like kicking water around, being like, stare at the camera, be like, it's for a game. Don't worry about it. So many people advertise their game on TikTok with like 200. Yeah, I know. I really want to get onto TikTok more. Like I want to figure out like how to post more. My brain, when I sit down to be like, okay, I got to do this, because like there's another streamer, I was talking about it in my DMs with a couple people. There's another game developer. It's Pirate Software, if you guys have seen him. He's got a game called Heartbound. Looks really cool. He's been working on it for a while. But like, one second. Your fish are just jumping out of the tank?
And now she's stuck because I tried to get her back in. And she went, and she's in the back chamber and she's stuck under the fucking heater and the pump.
Is it net or something?
Like, I have to take my shit apart.
Okay.
So,
Have fun. Okay. Have
I
fun.
just tested my water. My water is coming back fine. I don't know why they keep jumping out of the fucking tank.
Or fish are committing suicide, apparently. But yeah, I want to get more into TikToks and all that stuff. But yeah, I was talking about Pirate Software. He apparently has been pushing YouTube Shorts recently, just on like random topics from his stream. And he, the other day, hit 50,000 subscribers on YouTube, which is pretty good. But what I've noticed is that he's multi-streaming to YouTube, I think, and Twitch. And he's been getting like 400 viewers on YouTube and like around 1,500 viewers on Twitch. And it's all because, I think it's because of the shorts, YouTube Shorts. And did he just hit 90K today? Jesus Christ. Did it really jump that much? I've been like, I lurk in his stream all the time. Is he? Jesus, he's at 97.7 right now. Holy crap. That almost doubled. Jesus. That almost doubled since yesterday. Because it was at 50,000. Like they were doing a big thing like on his channel. Like watching the live thing. Anyways, I really want to get into that whole gambit of things, because is he streaming right now, or did he get off for the day? I mean, I know he streams at night usually. It looks like he may be offline right now. But anyways, my point is he's been pushing shorts on YouTube, and a lot of people are finding him through that. And all of a sudden now he used to do very well. He used to be like a 300 to 400 view streamer all the time. But now he's sitting at like, 1,200 to 1,500 viewers on Twitch, another like 400 to 500 viewers on YouTube. And apparently he's about to go past 100,000 subscribers on YouTube, which is insane. Especially because yesterday he was literally at 50,000. So like, I 100% need to jump on that stuff. I just don't know what to post. And that's the problem. I just don't know what to do. Like, that's why I said, like, live streaming is super easy for me, because all I have to do is just go over here and click start streaming and then just start spewing. Buy a house in Arizona. We could be friends. You should just buy a house in Colorado. It's way better here. Gas prices in Phoenix were ridiculous when I turned in my rental car when I was at the funeral. I paid $6 a gallon. $6 a gallon for gas in Phoenix. I literally saw gas the other day at $2.87 down the street here. Why is it $6 a gallon there? Hot tub stream? Oh, God. Turtle and Work aren't friends. We're like distant friends. Internet friends. You just popped me recommended recently. I think it's because literally he's just exploding, And my wife left already. But I'll say hello for Easter next time I see her. Oh yeah, you're talking about the Murky, you're talking about the stories thing. But I think that's only on mobile, isn't it? come up with ideas there. So it's funny enough, Strict is like, I've been helping her come up with ideas because she's really gotten into knitting recently, and she wants to like do stuff with her knitting, but she doesn't know what to do. And I was like, you should just make like little like TikToks of like how to do knitting crap or funny knitting videos or something. I don't know. Like there's been a couple. So she's been looking at that recently. So I've actually been helping her with ideas, but I just don't know. I just don't know what to post because I feel like this would be like, I don't know. Like I could do like a recap of the system, but like I just don't know if people would want that or if they'd rather just have like funny things. Or like I think with him, with Pirate Software, he's been like posting like talking points. I don't know how else to describe it. Like I could pull him up if you guys want to see him, but he's been killing it lately. You'd be the one to afford the second home. So no, you don't need a second home, Turtle. You just sell that home, and you buy a new home here. There's the neighborhood that's connected to my neighborhood. You could just buy it in that one. See, problem solved. Someone to work with. That's one of the things. Like I really wish I had somebody local to me that I could kind of like partner up with to start like, hey, being like, okay, like, hey, like, let's just like make this game studio, right? But I would almost want them to be local so that, you know, like we could be like, okay, like, hey, let's go grab drinks and talk about this, or hey, come over and help me with like the mocap suit, or I'll bring the mocap suit over to your place, or hey, meet me up with like at the like, you know, this XYZ location so that we can go record stuff there. You know, like I've also like want to do a podcast, but like I kind of don't want to do like an internet podcast because like I know we could, right? Like I could be like, hey, Turtle and Orin and Random and, you know, those guys, like, or Sonic Kid or somebody, right? Like, hey, let's get into like a virtual chat room and do a podcast or something. Like we could totally do that kind of stuff, but like it's so much easier when there's somebody like you could just get in your car and just go drive over to their place or have them come over to yours or whatever, you know? Unless you give me my 4%. What's his name? Pirate Software. He has a game called Heartbound. He's got a really good voice too. That's, I think, his other thing going for him. There you go. That's his Twitch channel. It should link here in a second. Restream takes a second for my post to go through for whatever. But he's been killing it just recently. Like I've noticed like an exponential climb for him. It's always better to climb a hill together than rather alone. Yeah, exactly. That's the other thing too. Is like on days where I'm just like, ugh. Like I could jump on a call with Turtle or somebody, right? And then maybe they can motivate me up a little bit. But there's a difference between like being on like a Discord call with somebody, and then like literally having somebody like walk in through your front door and be like, get your ass up, let's go do this. You know what I mean? And vice versa, being able to go over to somebody who's like, you know, working on a project with me and be like, yo man, you haven't like pushed any commits recently. Is anything wrong? You know, instead of doing that like over a call, like just show up at the door and be like, the fuck, man? You know, bring some beer over or something too. Yeah, he has a really good voice. Very cool dude. Yeah, I actually like have a lot of similarities with him aside from the fact that he's worked in like AAA, like Blizzard and stuff. Like I haven't done that, but like, you know, we're both like, we do hacking stuff, right? I don't think he does it as much anymore. He might do it occasionally, I don't know. But like the hacking stuff and now game development stuff, and it's like, it's funny. I've actually talked to him quite a bit. He's really into mushrooms though. Not like psychedelic ones, but like regular edible mushrooms. I like mushrooms, but not to the point where I grow them and stuff. But part of me wonders also if my voice would sound significantly different if I had a different kind of microphone. Because this one it's the Rode Procaster. But like a lot of people use that Shure SM7B, whatever it's called. And I think that one like makes your voice sound a little deeper, if I remember correctly. So I don't know. Could be a microphone thing too. But hi Jessica, how you doing? Hopefully you're having a good day. What were we doing here, guys? We were testing this and it just like crashed on me or something. Set player reference. All right, let's run through the system again because I just went off on a huge tangent and I don't remember what I left this at. So on begin play, on initialize, it's going to schedule the jump scare, 45 to 80 seconds. We don't really need this in here anymore. Just gonna go ahead and get rid of that for now. It's gonna schedule it. Set the player reference and schedule it. This 45 to 80 seconds, it'll activate the closest, which will just do this, find closest scare, goes through, does all this, activates it. Okay, so then it gets activated. We call activate scare. Activate scare will activate the trigger volume, set is scare active to true, and it'll toggle the effects on with a timeout, so 60 seconds. After that, trigger scare is destroy. Okay, so trigger scare, I'm assuming we want to call that like in the object somewhere, right? In this case, we could test it by just saying like, okay, on begin overlap with the volume, trigger scare. We can also make that, but trigger scare will happen. That's what will actually remove it from the world, destroy it, and validate the timer. If we don't trigger the scare within 60 seconds, it should time out, which should disable like the scare effects, set it to active false, deactivate the trigger, and then schedule another scare to happen 1 to 2 seconds later. Okay. So as long as that's all in here. Okay. So theoretically, we should be able to just hit play here. Let me save everything. So after...
Find it, find it, find it, find it, find it, find it!
Yeah, that gasp is a little bit delayed.
What? What's going on?
So after 45 to 80 seconds, we should see the guy appear.
Jack! Is he dead? What the hell is going on?
Find it.
Who said that? What am I supposed to find?
Okay. So he should appear 45 to 80 seconds after start.
Jack was always forgetful. Always writing something down on a sticky note or something.
I should reduce these timers so we don't have to wait as long. And then after he appears, he should be there for 60 seconds, and then he should disappear for 1 to 2 seconds, and then appear back because he's the only scare in the scene. Yeah, there's over 70 lines of voice acting in this game, Mikey. Okay, there he is. So now he should be there for 60 seconds, and then he should disappear for like 1 to 2 seconds and then come back. I just want to make sure all that works. I should really have made these shorter timers. Sounds like the loop has a click in it too. There's like a little bit of like an ambient loop playing right now. Okay, he went away and then he came back. Okay, perfect. Can we put Turtle in the most sus position if you decide to use the model it is? We were talking about making him a dead body, but... Okay. So, now we have this trigger volume. We should be able to say on component begin overlap, right? And we make sure the other actor is a player. So when we overlap with the player, on the trigger volume. We should be able to call trigger scare. Trigger scares, blueprint callable. And that should destroy the actor and tell it to schedule the next scare. The only problem that I see right now... Okay, so on level load, we may need to have it activate a scare again. Like, reset the scare. Because, like... So this is a world subsystem, right? The scare system. And it gets loaded when the persistent level loads. Because I'm using level streaming, as long as the scare effects are in the right level, it should grab the scares that are in that level and only filter through those, right? But when we load a new level and we load into the new level, we need to tell it to re-initialize, basically, which is going to be scheduling another scare. So I think that's what we need to do there, but we'll get into that in a minute. That's like a future me problem, I think. So when we trigger this, though, we should be able to say trigger scare, which we want to extend trigger scare, I think. And then do all this stuff at the very end. So, for example, wait, trigger scare. What is trigger scare? Is that a blueprint callable? Oh, well, we have on begin overlap. So yeah, we'll just call trigger scare at the very end. That's right. So like trigger scare will be at the very end here. But inside of here, this is where we would like want it to do whatever it's going to do. So like in this instance, well, actually, we want this one to be, you have to be inside the volume and then looking at the thing. Okay, this is gonna be a little bit more involved, so let's just do this real quick. We want an end overlap on this one. And same thing here. We want to make sure that the other actor is a player. Trigger scare is gonna be somewhere else. It's gonna be like in here. So okay, on event tick, we're gonna do a few things. First thing we need to know is the scare active? And we need to know if the player is looking at or near looking at the ghost thing. Native Variable, hello, how you doing? Welcome on in. Alright, so to do that, we should be able to store a reference to this as player. And we'll go ahead and unset this down here. And then what we'll do is we'll say scare is active and is valid. So if the player is valid and the scare is active, the Stream Kitty Jazz playlist, it's a live stream thing, I think. No, Mr. Cobalt, it is the cozy, sweet winter jazz, relaxing, elegant jazz, coffee, and bossa nova piano, positive for joyful moods. It's a long title. It's from the Cafe Cozy Jazz. It's a live streamed thing on YouTube. what I like about this is like we can listen to it without getting any like copyright strikes and stuff, but then also ads don't play on live streams like this as well. Or at least I haven't run into an ad yet on the live stream, so like we don't get like random freaking Fortnite ads popping up while we're streaming. You know, all that. Okay, we need to know. We're gonna do one more if or one more and on the thing here. So all of this stuff here, right? And we need to know if the player is looking in the direction of let's do a do once on here. Okay. So, is the player inside the trigger volume? Right? Because that's what we're going to check here with this is valid, because we'll know if the player is set or if it's not set. Then that means they're inside the volume. Is the scare active? Right? Because we need to know if the scare is not active, it's just sitting there hidden. We don't want that even do any of this stuff. Honestly, we might even disable the tick event if it's not active, to be honest, which we could do very easily in the code. So not worried about that at the moment. I might do that for optimization purposes though, because if we put a lot of these around the level, like I don't want the code, screwing it up or whatever. Okay, so then what we need to do is we need to check if the player's inside the volume and looking in the direction of the shadow person, then we want to trigger the scare. Trigger scare will stop the timer. It'll schedule the next one to be started, and then it'll destroy the actor. I did it. I participated. All right. We need to know if the player is looking in the direction of the thing now. And this always screws me up because I got to figure out the thing in here. So we have a reference to the player. We need to get the forward vector. Oops. That's not what I wanted to do, but okay, I don't know if I want to look at the code that I have written for this because it's a puzzle code. So let me just see if there's like the direction player is looking. This is not what I want. This is like dashing. I know it's a dot product. And I'm trying to remember the freaking dot product code. Okay. So it looks like we can do this. Get. Oh, can you do it right off the Get Player Camera Manager? Does this return the player? Like get actor, forward vector, get camera location, and then this is gonna be messy. messy, so just give me a second, guys. Get actor location. And then get unit direction. All right, and then we dot product that into this. Okay, and then they were saying that range from -1 to 1, negative values are behind you. Let's do a print really quick on this. Sorry. All right. So we're looking at it as close to 1.
Find it! Find it!
Right?
What? What's going on?
So
Where am I?
Negative values.
Jack! Is he dead? What the hell is going on?
Find it.
Who said that?
So I think
What am I supposed to find?
if we do anything at like 0.6, the problem's gonna be is like depending on how close you get to this thing.
Jack was always forgetful. Always writing something down on
We'll need to have it
sticky
show up.
note or something.
McCarty, a little bit of both. So some things are gonna stay in blueprints. All right, so he's right here. So like, try to figure out. Oh, because it's down here, right? So we need it to be like up. Because I'm trying to think if he's like right here. I mean, that's like 0.5. Anything at like 0.5. But then the further away you go. So I think if we raise this up more, like be up here. That, or we just need the general, like we need to just do this off the Z. Get unit direction dot product between these two. Something like this. This is like a child, right, of a jump scare actor.
I'm sorry, I need your help. I just need you to untwist something for me real quick.
Okay.
Can you tell them I'm sorry?
Should make you sit here.
No. I need to show you what to do.
Okay. Give me 2 seconds, guys, all right? I just gotta go help her fix something. I'll be right back.
Sorry. I've been trying to loosen it for 5 minutes.
Yeah, Mahardy, that's basically it. I do the base classes in C++, and then I use the blueprints to like extend them based off what they do. But like stuff like this, what I may end up doing is I may end up creating a child C++ class and implementing this into one that's like, okay, a look at jump scare, right? And the look at jump scare has to do this, right? So I don't have to put this code in every single blueprint. That eventually may happen. But until I know how many blueprints are actually going to use this look at code, like it doesn't make sense for me to go through and, you know, create a whole new child thing until I know that, okay, like, yeah, like there's like, you know, 15 different things that need to use it, you know? Okay. So, I'm actually curious. Oh, is there... Weird. Whatever. Things are now. Alright, so this will work. The only thing is, this actor location is kind of like where we want it to look at. The look at point or whatever. I guess what we could do on this one specifically is we could put like a scene component on here that will be like, okay, this is what I want you to look at. No, so my wife's fish decided to like jump out of the tank but like into the back part of her tank. There's like a different little reservoir for like filters or something back there, and so she's got to like disassemble her whole entire fish tank to get the fish out of this back part of her tank. So she needed my help like unscrewing something. My fish back here are fine. These guys are just chill. Her fish are the crazy ones. Okay. So I'm wondering if we should make a look at location. That, or if we could figure out a way to do this based off of just your Z rotation. So like maybe we get the actor forward vector rather than the maybe that'll work better rather than doing it from the camera. Let's try this for a second. Get player character. Get forward. And then get actor location. Let's see what this looks like.
Find it!
What?
Okay, so not that. The location thing might be fine still, but I think we need to get player controller. Get control rotation. Get forward vector. Because I'm pretty sure we're using control rotation. It might be the same as the camera, I don't know.
Find it, find it, find it,
Yeah,
find
I
it,
think
find
it's
it.
still... Hold up. Can we do like a make vector Get rotation X vector. Get right. Vector. Interesting. Don't you want to do the dot product of the forward vector of the player and the forward vector of the shadow guy? So, the forward vector of the player isn't working because the way I handle the camera movement stuff, it's all based off control rotation. So the actor's forward vector isn't actually changing, if that makes sense. It's the camera forward vector that we would want, but what I'm trying to avoid right now is looking down and looking up. Because when we look down and we look up, like, it isn't looking at the object. So, like, basically I want this to trigger, right, once this dot product gets over a certain amount. So like over 0.6, right? So that means we're close to looking at the object. It should at least trigger it then, right? Which is where we're going to play like the sound and make them disappear and do all that other crap, right? So the idea here that I'm trying to mess around with right now is, can we make it so that it's just based off like the Z rotation of the character, of the camera, really, because it's off of control rotation. And so I'm trying to figure out a way to do that so that it takes out the whole like pitch of it, because I don't really care if it's like the pitch, right? I just need to know like you're within the vicinity looking that direction of the shadow guy. You know what I mean? Dot product though, the forward vector of the player and then the forward vector of the shadow guy. Well, that's kind of what this is doing, right? It's a dot product of the forward vector, but it's getting the actor location and it's doing a unit direction from that to the player. So it's like from the shadow guy to the player. That's this, instead of doing a forward vector, it's just a vector from the actor, from the player to the shadow character. So we're just doing a dot product based off of that. But the problem is that like our actor locations are at like your hips, right? And we can move it up so that it's at like the camera, or we could use the camera location to do the unit direction. But then like we'd have to like, I'm partially kind of thinking about adding a scene component to this so we can add like a look at component, because my thought process here is in this scenario, he's just standing still, right? But what if there's another scenario where he's like crouched down or whatever, right? We need to be able to tell like, okay, hey, this is what I want you to look at, and put like, you know, emphasis on that point. So that's what I'm trying to think of doing right now. And I'm thinking if we just add like a scene component, we can put the unit direction from the scene component to the player camera. And then we could do like a forward, a dot product off of the forward vector of the camera to the scene component is probably what we'll end up having to do, because this control rotation thing's not working too well. But this, I think that works. I think what we need to do is bring this back. Forward vector, camera location. So the camera forward vector to this, but instead of doing this to the actor location, what we'll do is we'll add a scene component. Let's do it like a billboard actually, because that way we can actually see it in the scene. We'll call this the look at location. What about freezing the camera in terror for a few moments? What are you talking about? Like you can't move? Check if an actor / mesh is within the fresh movement. Yeah, pretty much. That's pretty much what we're doing. Is can you see this actor? And we're doing that based off of a dot product, which is just you get a result from -1 to 1, and that value is 1 if you're looking at the thing, and -1 if you're looking the other way. A hydrate, thank you for the hydrate. And so what we can do is we can say, okay, if this dot product value is greater than 0.6, that means that the shadow person should be kind of within view. There's a node you can play with, convert world location to screen location. But off the player controller. Would you just do this off of here? If true? Because it could convert it to a screen? Like, I'm assuming if it can't successfully project it to the screen, that means it's not on the screen, right? Well, screen location is just going to be an XY location on the screen. I don't really care about that too much, right? I'm more so interested in this value right here. So let's do this. Get player controller. Let's still grab this and do get world location. Because that's way we can still control where we want the player to look at. I don't know if we want this. And then let's do this. Let's say don't do that. Let's post this. So this is a Boolean. True.
Find it, find it, find it, find it, find it, find it!
Well, this should not be true right now.
What? What's going on? Where am I?
Weird.
Jack! Is he dead?
It's
What the hell
once
is
you go
going on?
past,
Find it. Who said that?
it doesn't need to be super precise, but it needs to be precise enough, if that makes sense. Oh, this is all down at its feet. Let's do a few things here. Let's move the look at location up here. And then the trigger volume. This is the whole actor thing though, isn't it? Because this is the root. That's fine. For right now, let's just set this to be something like 100 by 100 by 50. And we'll just move it up to there. The shadow person minus 50. And then this one 0. No, let's go up 50. What happened? Nuha? Nuha? Something like that. Thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Let's actually double this up. 100. Okay, that'll be our look at location. And then we have this little trigger area right here. That'll be for later. Glad to have you. Welcome on. And hopefully I didn't butcher your name. Too bad. We could probably look at the screen location thing, to be honest. I don't know. Can we put this right into here? Looks like we can. Because we might be able to then say XY needs to be wherever. So we could base it off of XY location on the screen. Because right now, it's just not on the screen.
Find it, find it, find it, find it, find it!
What? What's going on? Where am I? Jack! Is he dead? What the hell is going on?
Huh.
Find it. Who said that? What am I supposed to find?
So once you go past a certain point, it just basically takes it off the screen.
Jack was always forgetful. Always writing something down on a sticky note or something.
All right, we don't want to go inside there yet. Well, actually, it won't matter because he can't. We have it set to false right now, so it won't destroy it. It's based off the camera view. Yeah, but I'm thinking we need to be able to say okay, I need him to be visible first, so we gotta wait. Wait till he gets triggered. I should just have like a button that I can push. There he goes. All right, so now he's triggered. Okay, so see, it's gonna be weird though, because if you look up or if you look down, you know, it it's I think we're gonna have an easier time with dot products, to be honest, because I'm gonna have to put in like some like crazy range code to figure this out. Because the problem is that this Boolean value, maybe it's viewport relative. What if we turn that on? Just gonna see what numbers we get here.
Find it. Find
The other problem that makes it difficult.
Find it. Find it.
What?
Yeah.
What's going on?
So basically, like, if it's behind the player, like you're saying, it's kind of, because you gotta remember like how game engines work, right? When it's behind you, it won't be rendered anymore. So that's probably why it can't draw it to the screen anymore, is when it gets behind that 180 degree behind the player, right? Because it's kind of like that, like you're saying, it's kind of the viewport of the camera. It renders within that 180 in front of you. Everything behind you doesn't get rendered, so it becomes off this. That's why this goes to false. But the issue here is like trying to determine where that needs to be, you know? Nines, this game that you see on screen right now has been... So I started the development of this game at the beginning of October, but there was approximately 2.5 weeks of October where I had like no time to do any development. So this project has only got maybe 2.5 weeks of work on it. Oh, you've seen me in Dale? Yeah. This game that you see on screen right now has only got maybe about 2.5 weeks of development on it. I appreciate the follow though, Nines. Yeah, I haven't seen him streaming recently, but yeah, you know, I lurk around over there. I like his work. He does good stuff. Good speed, Godspeed, you know, both work. So anyways, I think we're gonna be better off with this setup here, and then I didn't mean to do that. And then just figuring out like what value we want this to be. I think 0.6 is kind of what I was looking at. Get some time to chill a bit. Yeah.
Find it.
I'm hopefully
it
it worked well for him. Yeah,
What?
0.6, but the problem
What's
is
going on?
like,
Where am I?
it's 0.6.
Jack! Is he dead? What the hell is going on?
Find it.
Who said that? What am I supposed to
So
find?
Pelican, the hacking game, yeah, that was started way back before October. But all I took out of the hacking game was pretty much the environment and my movement code.
Jack was always forgetful.
Otherwise,
Always
it
writing
was
something
pretty
down
much.
on a sticky note or something.
Otherwise, it what you call it was all reprogrammed and everything. But you can't even interact with the computer anymore. It always hurts your head. Well, it's kind of meant to, in a sense. Silence, what's up? How you doing? It's kind of like you're waking up. Kind of. It's hard to explain without like ruining the story. I kind of want him to be visible on screen before I test the numbers. I think like 0.5 might be good enough, and we'll just work with that. All right, there we go. So like well, we want it to actually be seen, so maybe like 0.7. 0.7 here might be too much though. And as you get closer to him, it's going to be even worse. We could just do something like 0.75 and just kind of see how that feels. Because obviously out here we don't want that. Because in back here, yeah, let's go like 0.75. This greater than 0.75. Okay, so then let's restructure this just a little bit here. So if the dot product is greater than 0.75, the player is valid and the scare is active, then we say do once, trigger jump scare, which in this case is just going to delete them. And then it should trigger like another jump scare to start, but you know. So when on player goes into the trigger volume, we set a reference to the player. When he leaves it, we unset the reference. Okay. Let's go with that for a second. Okay. And then this is the volume for right now. Let's actually go ahead and make it a little bit bigger. Let's say... Let's go 150, 150, and 150. Fuck it, why not? All right, so the player has to be inside this box and looking at this guy while he's active, and it'll make him disappear. And just to make sure that we are actually doing that, and it's not just like disappearing or whatever, what we'll do is we'll play sound 2D for a second. And then these are all good. I think we have something called, is it Stinger? No. I don't remember what it's called now. Impact, maybe? Let's do scary. The broken clock, right? These are all just too long. I know there's like transition. Let's try looking at the impact ones really quick. All right, that one sounds aggressive. Let's do that one for right now. And what that'll do is that'll like let us know that we triggered it, right? Because we'll hear the sound and everything and he'll disappear. So let's go in here. And we're just gonna chill over here until we see him.
Find it, find it, find it, find it, find it, find it!
Because the player reference shouldn't be set.
What?
Move back.
What's going on? Where am I? Jack! Is he dead? What the hell is going on?
Find it.
Who said that?
What am I supposed to find?
Show up.
Jack was always forgetful. Always writing something down on a sticky note or something.
I don't know why. I like the flashlight sound. All right, he's there. Okay, so it's not triggering no matter which way I look, whatever, because we're not there. But as soon as I walk in there, it should trigger. I'm going to walk in backwards really quick. Okay. It's Doc. He's a Twitch streamer. I can link his channel, or somebody, if they know his channel, I can link it. Okay, so now if I... Okay, cool. I need to disable this. This was supposed to be something for something else, but it don't work now. Shine, fuck. Fuck! Whenever he does that stupid, the pony thing. You know what's funny about that? Is, when the little pony donation shows up on his stream, and every single time that happens, he always yells, you know, he shouts, fuck, right? Yeah, the pink fluffy unicorns, that's it. He yells it, right? I thought, for the longest time as a viewer, that he just, like, in the song, or in the video clip that plays, I thought he just recorded himself saying that, and it was, like, all part of the clip that just shows up. No, he literally yells it every single time that comes up. It's not part of the clip. The only reason I found that out is because when he was at my house and we were doing a live stream over there, like it literally popped up while we were doing the live stream, and he just yelled it like right next to me, and I wasn't expecting it because like I said, for the longest time, I always just thought it was just part of the clip that showed up on stream. It startled me, okay? It just startled me. Okay, so this will work. All this is good. You don't know how to Twitch today? Oh, were you trying to link Doc's channel? What happened? Oops. All I see is oops. Did you do like a shout out or something and then it not get... I'm so confused. I think I'm missing some chat. There you go. No, the shout out thing is not showing. Oh, because all exclamation mark, that's right. Any commands, they don't show up in the chat. That's right. All right, put some music back on. It's awkwardly silent. There you go, right there. Pelican, that's who did all of the voice acting for this game. There's 2 voice acting clips that they didn't do for the game. There's an after credit scene where actually, hey, there's Doc right there. That guy in chat did the voicing for the game. Did you just show up? We're doing jump scares for the first level of Dark Passenger, and your voice acting lines have been added to part of this level. So they were asking who did the voice acting. So, anyways, that guy right there did it. And then we have 2 other voices in the game. One is just one line. It's part of a puzzle. I needed a very specific voice for that. And so one of Sonicit's viewers actually did that. And then the other voice in the game is for the after credits scene, which I am extremely excited for you guys to see because it's really cool looking. Or it came out really good. And that other voice in that was actually done by Shushi's Sunny, whatever name you know them by. So those are there's, like I said, there's 3 voice actors total. One was just a singular line from one of Sonicit's viewers. I'd have to look up their name again. I don't remember off the top of my head. But then I got Doc to do the lion's share of voice acting in this game, which I think turned out to be like 70 lines, 60 or 70 lines. And then Shushi's did the after credit that is like Doc and Shushi's having a conversation with each other, but they didn't record it at the same time, so I had to do some editing magic to like make it sound like a conversation. But turned out pretty good. I'm really happy with it. I just need to get it into the game now. Okay, so the trigger now works. So the idea here is you have to be looking at the thing and inside of the trigger box for it to actually trigger. Did he ever send me an email? What is this? Weekly update call? I don't know why I got added to that. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be at that. Well, they'll yell at me if I'm supposed to be there eventually, I guess. I don't know. So you have to be inside the box looking at the thing for it to trigger. And it has to be active, obviously. I think we should disable the tick if it's not active, though. So like on begin play, we disable tick. So because otherwise it's just going to be, yeah. Because we're going to do that here. So reset. Okay, so activate scare. Can ever tick is set to true. But do we have to like, hold up. I know there's a thing. Here. Start with tick enabled. Tick even when paused. So can be disabled later on. Okay, this tick function will start enabled, but can be disabled later on. I'm trying to remember. Set actor tick enabled. Maybe that's what we want. This is probably what we want right here. I think it's this one is set actor tick enabled. So can ever tick is true. Set actor tick enabled to false on begin play. When we activate it, set actor tick enabled to true. And then trigger, and then down here where we deactivate stuff, we'll set it back to false. So that way, like, the tick isn't just constantly running. Because if we have, like, let's say we have 50 of these different actors in the scene, right? We only want the one that's enabled to be actually ticking. Otherwise, the rest of them could just, like, ignore the tick function on that one for now. My wife, what does she want? I think the wife said she's heading to the fish store. Which is slightly scary because, like, is she buying another fish? What is she doing? Checking my email. Okay, so that should enable disable the tick. We don't need to like load that in right now. It's not that important at the moment, but we do have this impact. It's doing once, and then it's trigger scare, which trigger scare should just destroy this actor, which is why it disappears at the end. Is there anything else we need with this one right now? Because we could eventually then like have it trigger an animation to play. We could do something like Mortuary Assistant does, where it just like launches launches it at the character. Like we could do a bunch of that stuff, you know. Because like we could almost do that like real simple, right? Like we could just do like I mean, it's just gonna do it once, so we could do a timeline right here and just say like launch at player. I don't know. We'll just say play because we're gonna have this go from the start. We'll have this happen over like 0.25 seconds. Let's add a float track called alpha. Add 2 keys to it. 0, 0. 2, 5, 1. Okay, and then we'll do is on finished, we'll do this. And then on update, we will set actor location. Nope. Set actor location. Lerp it. This is where we're going to go to. And then I wonder if we could just, I mean, it might be really too fast, but it's fine. Get actor location. This probably won't work right, but you never know. Might have to do like an initial location thing or whatever.
Find it!
What's going on? Where am I? Jack! Is he dead? What the hell is going on?
Find it.
Who said that? What am I supposed to find?
Now we wait.
Jack was always forgetful. Always writing something down on a sticky note or something.
Let's back up just in case. I don't remember where this thing is supposed to be. Still can't find it. Okay, there he is. So now when I walk in here, he should launch at me and then disappear. He came like up at the camera. I don't know why I did that. All right, easy peasy. The wooden car, it wouldn't go. You're fired. All right. Oh, I think I know why I did that. I don't know why I did that. The shadow person. It needs to be from the shadow person. Set actor location. I know why it came up. The actor's location. I mean, we could just minus the half height of the character here, so it's on the floor level. Because that's kind of what this will probably end up doing. Because okay, so basically, see where this like floaty point is right here? This is going to the midsection of the player. So like this whole thing is moving, right? And the issue with that is that like it's gonna move up to wherever the player's like halfway point is, right? It's gonna move up to that, which is gonna like cause the shadow person who's down here to move up as well. So like the midsection of the shadow person is gonna kind of come up, like you're gonna get like the chest of the camera. So we have it minus 50. More or less, yeah. I just want it to kind of come straight at the camera, but I'm trying to think of a way of do this because you got to think that when we set the actor location, we're setting the location of the trigger volume, right? Now we could maybe take the shadow person and set world location, because the shadow, the problem is that the shadow person's pivot point, right, is in between their feet, and so we need that to just like, yeah, like XY, like needs to like launch at the character. Again, this is all just kind of like theoretical, right? Because like we don't really need this in here right now because like this is very specific to this effect of it kind of like coming at the character, which is like what you see in some of like the mortuary assistant scares, right?
Why would you go near? Why would you go near the door? That scared me. God damn you.
Am I dead?
God damn you.
Ah!
Thank you.
Oh yeah, I gotta go to the bathroom. Whoa!
Did he get snatched?
Did you see that?
Ah! Why would you go? Leave him, bro.
Oh god!
He goddamn danced on his face.
Trying to find a good example of what I'm talking about. That kind of stuff would be good too. Like we should keep...
Oh my god, dude, I don't do good with horror games, I'm sorry.
The only
So
problem
we
with the
said
shadow
about-
person,
here about the horror games. And
the only
then
person with the shadow
this moment
person is like it's kind of hard to see. So all these little things that he's doing with mortuary assistant might be a little difficult with the shadow person, just because he's so difficult to see.
Come on, Gemma. Show me what you got.
I can't hold anything else.
Really? Get it back.
Oh.
Sometimes we get chemicals that haven't been.
Without an idle animation break. Well, yes, I will have animations and stuff for all of this. Develop Games, what's up? How you doing? But yeah, I gotta like what I'm doing right now. What I'm doing right now is creating jump scare effects so that I can then create a list of animations that I'm needing, so that I don't have to kind of put my mocap suit on like 500 times because I need another animation. Oh, you were referring to the clip, not my work. Gotcha. Well, it's the same scenario, right? Because like right now, like my guy's just like not even really moving. He has like a kind of a moving material on him, but like it's a static pose. But what I want to do is create a bunch of these jump scares, and then I can create a list of animations I need based off all the jump scares, and then I can put my suit on and go like record animation back, rather than like, you know, record like one or two animations and then come sit down again and be like, you know, oh, I need this animation now, right? And then I got to put the suit back on, set everything back up. You know, I just want to be able to create a list. So for right now, I'm just trying to figure out ways of creating jump scares that have like, you know, static poses or whatever, and then I'll throw an animation onto it later. Heavy breathing animations? Yeah, I could see that, rather than just like static, because mine's just statically standing still right now. I do like what you're saying, like maybe we can just, instead of changing the Z, we could just change the XY, so that what we'll do is we'll do this. We'll split this, we'll change our X and our Y, and then break the vector here, and then just leave our Z the same. Like that could work.
Find it.
How you doing, by the way, Maring?
Find it!
Good to have you.
What's going on? Where am I? Jack! Is he dead?
Is he dead?
What the hell is going on?
Let's go take a look.
Find it. Who said that?
Go walk
What
on.
am I supposed to find?
Walk on the dead body. Yeah, he did.
Jack was always forgetful. Always writing something down on a sticky note or something.
All right, come on, buddy. I should really reduce the freaking initialization time on this. Because 80 seconds can be, what is that, a minute 20? There it goes. Okay, there we go. There we go, because now it comes straight at the player. Cool. See? That wasn't too bad. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. So I mean, we could call that like shadow person launch at character or something, because at the end of the day, hi Connie, hello, how you doing? We could reuse this as many times as we want. We can expose the jump scare sounds, so we can make the sounds different, so it's not like the same thing happens everywhere. We can expose the animation. Reduce the timer. I know I should reduce the timer. But the problem is, the reduce the timer, I gotta do it in here. On the initialization, it was right here. Let's say 10 to 15 seconds for right now. That'll initialize the first jump scare between 10 and 15 seconds. Because the wake up part of it takes 8 seconds already. So, we'll just let it do that. That'll work. For now. And then what we could do to test these really easy, right? Whatever effects that we want to make. We just delete this one. We create another one. We put it in the same spot or whatever, it doesn't matter. And then we say, okay, this one's going to do this instead, right? Which honestly, we just got to create like a new blueprint with a different like behavior action or whatever, and we could just paste it in here, you know? We just drop them in the scenes. And this works really well just for like the shadow people scares. So we can maybe make a bunch of shadow people scares, like different scares or whatever, and then we can sprinkle those through all the levels, right? And then each level has their own specific scares as well. In this level here, the only thing that you can get scared by is the shadow person. There's no other entities or any other things in this level that can attack you or scare you. Okay, so this works. I kind of almost want to do like a on destroyed, have it like play a particle effect or something that will like make it look like he disappeared, you know? Smart smoke one, but I got that's Can't you put those numbers in a config file or something, and then use debug one when testing? Totally could. I don't know if we could put them in a config file or something. That might be. So the problem is, or what makes it a little bit more difficult with that one specifically, with these codes specifically, is that these are scare system. It's a subsystem, right? That gets loaded on the level loads. And so there's not really like a place in blueprints that I could do it. Now what I could do is I could override the initialization function, maybe. And I could manually set these times inside the editor somewhere. Or I could just call schedule next scare a separate time. I guess I could do that, really. Like, I just schedule next scare it's blueprint callable. Yeah, so theoretically, in here somewhere, I could just call schedule next scare manually somewhere, like in the player or something, or player controller, and then just remove that. No, yeah, I totally get it. The thing that's nice though, Pelican, if it was just me off stream doing this, I probably would look into doing something more like that. But the nice thing about this is it gives me time to, one, run through the logic again in my head to be like, okay, what am I expecting to happen? Right? Because that way, like, when I play through it, I can find edge cases or something that breaks really much easier if I, like, put that expectation in my head when I click play. But two, with streaming, it's actually nice to have that little, like, 1 minute of being able to say, like, okay, let me get caught up on chat, or, interact with you guys or some way, or make some sort of comment that isn't just consuming development time. You know what I mean? Like right now I could be developing something, but I'm talking, which I should be using the 1 minute of whatever time to do that, but it's fine. But yeah, if I was off stream, like, I definitely think that putting a shorter timer thing in would be better. And like I said, we could realistically, I mean, like right here, right? We could tell it to schedule next scare. We could literally do this and then just say after 3 seconds, just schedule it between like this. And now this should make it show up right away. Now we should have another scare that should show up later, but it won't find another scare. Or it'll try to activate this one again, which it shouldn't matter because it's already active, right? Because like he should be there. There.
Find it, find it, find it, find it, find it, find it!
Now it's already active.
What? What's going on?
So we could totally do this type of thing too. Because that's all it's doing, is it's just automatically scheduling that for me. Because it's the only scare in the scene. If there was multiple in the scene, we'd have to figure out which one it's scheduled, right? Because it's random. It's not fully random. I shouldn't say random. It's based off player location, right? So it's going to find the scare that's nearest to the player when it's trying to schedule a scare. So it is kind of random based off player movement, right? So theoretically, it should, yeah, But like in this case, like in the apartment, if you spend all of your time in the apartment in this little area right here, you're going to get all of the jump scares that happen here first. And then it's going to start scheduling scares back here because you've consumed all of the scares that it can do up here. You know what I mean? And then as you come back here, you'll run into a scare back here or something now. But if you're kind of going back and forth through the apartment, like as it schedules scares every 45 to 80 seconds, it'll schedule a new scare. Which we can make those adjustable times, right? Because that's that whole function is adjustable. Like if it's too often or too not enough or whatever. We can have it just schedule something back here, and then all of a sudden it's like, scared, Kind of a weird explanation of things, but it is what it is. Cool. I'm trying to think. This is kind of like your look at scare. You know what we could do? I almost want to make this a parent blueprint. And then what we can do is this code right here. Well, this code right here could be like a function that gets called rather than like a because then I can inherit from this and I can just create the function. So like, for example, in this case, he like, flies at the camera or flies at the player and then it's like, and it disappears, right? That's what happens in this case. But we could have another scenario where kind of like in Mortuary Assistant, it doesn't actually fly at the thing. It just kind of like, it's like maybe it's peeking out around a corner and as soon as you see it, it just goes back around the corner, right? It doesn't come flying at the player. Like the when you see it logic could be put into a function and then everything else about this would all operate the exact same, right? Is it active? Is the player within the volume to see it? And are they looking at it, right? Like all this code gets activated. And then we're just activating the visibility of the shadow person. Now in here, maybe I'll begin play. In begin play, we would probably want to update the animation so that we know like what animation to be in. And honestly, the animation blueprint, we can probably expose that as a variable and then set the animation file from here. Peaky stuff scares the crap out of you. I just don't know how well it'll work in this level, Doc, because the only thing in this level that's there to scare you is the shadow person. And with the new material that I put on him, he's more translucent-y, and he's not like as visible, I guess. And so I'm wondering if people will actually see him, or if they'll be like not sure what they were supposed to see there. Because like if you look at like, okay, we're gonna bring up Mortuary Assistant again. If we find a jump scare in here that has the mimic in it, the guy that's all painted in white, I think what Brian did here with Mortuary Assistant was very ingenious in that fact, is that the mimic guy that's like white is very visible in every position that you put him in. He stands out, right? So it's like you definitely are going to see him. Whereas like if I have a shadow person and like he's standing there, you may or may not see him, but the sound will still go off and you'll be like, ah, what did I miss? You know what I mean? And that's what I'm thinking might be the problem with the shadow person. I don't know though. There's still some scares you haven't gotten.
What is this bullshit? Don't do that shit to me! What the frick was that?
Burn him. Really funny. Something is just telling me that it might be that guy.
Yep, I think it's that guy. Just go and burn him.
Yeah, I think it's him. So I really think it could be
So
him.
that aggressiveness there is like, add glowing eyes. But it's like a shadow person. Would that make sense? That coming out of a dark hallway, man, that has definitely gotten a lot of people. You know what we should do? Maybe we should do something similar to that little like launching out of the dark hallway thing, but like out of the bedroom. Because you see how like dark the bedroom is, and the bedroom doesn't have a light source that you can turn on the inside. It is pitch black in here. The only way you can see in here is with the flashlight. So maybe what we could do is we need to have a function that can like open doors or whatever as part of like the initializing. It like it calls the open door function on it. And then that way when you walk by it here, you'd be like, the door is open. And then you kind of like have something just like tackle you out of this, like not even necessarily tackle you, it can like launch out of the, out of the bedroom at you. Something stark. Yeah, that's what I was trying to point out with the mimic. If we could find another jump scare clip of the mimic, is because he just stands out so much because of that white like painted skin. They're more ambiguous there. Yes, absolutely, Jessica. I definitely understand what you're saying. My main fear is that people won't see it though, and then the jump scare noise will go off. Like they'll be like that, like that impact noise will go off, and they'll be like, ah, what did I not see? You know what I mean? Like that's what it'll be. Always get me every time. I wouldn't expect it. Yeah, never enter the bedroom. Launch at you, disintegrate to smoke as it hits you. That's what I want to do. We already have the launch at you portion. I don't know if you saw it a minute ago, Wild Slicer. Like it launches at the character, in like a static pose right now. But I would love to do like a disintegrate into smoke thing. Just having some fun. You didn't? You've been busy? Okay. I can show you really quick if you want to see it. I gotta wake up first.
Find it, find it, find it, find it, find it, find it!
Oh, I just say, okay.
What? What's going on? Where am I?
It might be a minute. Oh, there he is.
Jack! Is he dead?
So, like, he's just standing
there right now. What the hell is going on?
Find it.
And, like, if you walk up to him...
What am I supposed to find?
The voice acting then. If you walk up to him, he launches at you already and plays the noise, right? We just did like a basic setup for that just to kind of test the thing. But I'm saying is like,
always writing something down on
if this door was just open or it opened by itself like this, and like you come back here and you're like, what the heck? And then all of a sudden something just came out from like under the bed or something like that at you, probably scare the shit out of some people, you know? Just saying. In response to the glowing eyes, I know what you mean about launching though. The part's gonna be spook hard. It's gonna spook hard, yeah. It's gonna spook hard. I think it's gonna be good. So I wanted to add some smokiness to them. There was a tweet that I posted out right here. And I really like this effect that they did in Alan Wake. This is Alan Wake's 2 shadow people thing. I really like this effect. And they actually kind of move and they got like some fuzziness to the edging of them. And I really like this. And I kind of like how dark the middle parts of it are. So I may retweak the material some more. I was messing around with my material to kind of get something more similar to this. But this, I really liked how these guys turned out in this game. And that's what I was trying to emulate. But again, I'm not a visual effects person, so I'm just like, you know, throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks. Can stuff in the environment move when the shadow person pops into view, like a painting falls? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Like that might, like I was thinking about making jump scares that is just that, right? Where it's just like things happen to move or do stuff without even seeing anything. It just like, you know, makes a noise and then it falls or whatever. And we could totally do that through like the blueprint of saying, okay, like move object, right? Or launch object, you know, we can enable physics on it, launch it for a second, and then disable physics when it's done, so that it like falls and just sits on the ground or something. Yes, absolutely.
Time.
XQC.
Guys, the man is breathing.
It's that. You see how like this is effective? Let me just pause it right when we see it. This is effective because look how much the mimic stands out compared to the environment around him. You see what I'm saying? It like stands out so much in comparison to everything else that's there. Now, we have to keep in mind that in this level, in the apartment level that we're in right now, we only have the shadow dude right now. So, like, we might not be able to get away with scares that are like this specifically, but we could do maybe scares like this in the other levels that have other entities, let's call them, that are not just the shadow guy, you know? I think if you have something move in the general direction of the shadow person, it may draw your eye to the shadow, if that makes sense. Maybe like something launches towards the shadow person and then you like look over and it's like, ah, it's this there. Lighter gray material, maybe a tiny more visible. We could probably tweak it. I can make it. I'll take a look at it in a second.
Oh, he's so fed up with this game. He's so goddamn fed up with this game.
Ah! It's little stuff like that too that's like barely visible, but it's like when the light hits it, you can clearly see it. You know? Like that's what I feel like we need. Ah! I even knew that was coming and it still like threw my head back. It seems like a lot of people get this scare and it gets them all.
Yeah. Go close the door, Ella. Go.
And what's so beautiful about that scare is it's like leading the player into the second one. You know what I mean? It's like, oh shit, like there's something out there. I'm going to go close that door so I don't have to deal with it, right? Then they go to close the door and it's like, bam! And it hits them with the second one, you know? So if the shadow person appears next to a lamp, the lamp falls over. That way, if they miss the actual shadow person, they still get something physical that moves around and makes a sound. Got it. Every single time. Watching them back to back to back helps because then I'm like, oh yeah, that's definitely gonna happen. And now we get an ad. Nordstrom, guys, there you go.
Here's how you go from this to that with Adobe Express.
Yeah,
You're going
an
to start
Adobe
by
Express.
uploading your media.
Hashtag ad. There you go. All right. Okay, this one could be different.
Jesus Christ.
That was like an awkward timing.
Jeez.
Oh my god!
Wait, what do you mean I can't hold any? Oh, because it's a large item, so I need to drop the PVC piping conveniently on the ground. Let's go ahead and grab that. Let's grab that.
I can't hold anything
Top of the
else.
cupboard, yeah.
Sometimes we get chemicals that haven't been stored properly, and it can make them pop like that. Just keep doing your thing.
So stuff like that is what I'm thinking too. Is like I'm really curious if he uses like a physics type of launch for that bottle in that instance, or if that's something that he's got like programmatically set up so that it like, you know, just does that, like so it's like consistent, almost like an animation. I'm curious how he does that.
I am confused.
We gotta do something like that.
Scary, right? Okay.
Come on, baby. We're gonna have this game beat in 30 minutes, man.
Yeah, I don't think so. No tough toes, right?
Okay, so the problem with this video that we're watching right now is like, it's the same jump scares. You know, whoever put this video together, it's like, could you have not found clips of like other jump scares?
왜 그래?
That's kind of
아 진짜 왜 그래?
Noises.
I think we should do something with Jack. Like Jack's body should disappear occasionally and come back. Like maybe not have him actually do any kind of jump scares with them. Just be like his body just disappears and then all of a sudden he's back. That way people will be like, wasn't there a dead body here?
Holy fucking balls, that dude.
I'm curious how he does that too. Do you think he just like pulls him back through a wall? The one where the hall light flickers on and off and white when we gets closer is so dang creepy. I don't think we could do anything like that necessarily in this level. I know what you're talking about, where like a light flickers and it's like you know, it gets dark and there's like something that you see like way off in the distance and then all of a sudden it gets closer every time the light flickers. I think we could do something like that, but maybe not in this level. I think we have, you guys got to remember, we have like 4 other levels after this that we still have to like fill up with jump scares and stuff too. So like the ideas that we have now could definitely work, just like maybe for other things. But I'm really curious now, when that bottle goes flying in Mortuary Assistant, is that a, hey, let's enable physics on it and just launch it at the wall and then have it play sound when it hits something? Or is it like hard coded in some way where it's like, okay, hey, you know, do this motion, play this sound at this time. You know what I mean? Dragged into the bedroom and then all of a sudden he's just back in the living room. Like have his legs sticking out of here. I think what we need to do, we should make a jump scare actor that that like has a door reference in it, and then we can say like, if door is closed, have it open the door, which will be really creepy because you'll be up here and then all of a sudden you'll hear a door opening down the hall or something. Do you guys want to make that really quick? Because we have this jump scare actor right now, right? So what we could do is we can, we'll call this scare with door. Ralsai, what's up? How you been? I need to reset that mirror in there since it's not going to be regular anymore. Have you seen where Simon, the greatest scare in the game, was when there was a cracked door, so the player figures something inside the room is going to jump out at them. The door, which opens towards the player, reveals nothing, but when they close the door again, there's something behind the door outside the room. I haven't, no. Sounds good, though. Okay, so let's do this. Some music back on for a second. The only thing is, when a jump scare actor gets initialized, because this is in the construction script right here. When we activate it, activates the trigger volume. Okay, so activate scare. Activate scare is here, but toggle scare effects. Okay, so we can override toggle scare effects. And have that call the door, right? We could pass in a door reference to it. You can have it where you look to see what's dragging Jack into the bedroom. As you approach the bedroom, his body is quickly dragged in. Slams make a very loud noise. And then, like, you turn around and he's just sitting on the chair again. Like, he disappears from the chair, and then you see his legs go dragged in there. When you look down the hall, door slams, and then you turn back around, and he's back dead on the couch again. But you're like, what the fuck just happened? Okay, so toggle scare effects. Scare with door. Okay, so scare with door. We're gonna still do set player reference because we're going to go ahead and delete this from the scene really quick. And the shadow person and look at. We probably don't need those in this one, unless we want the shadow person to be there. I did. I coded for food. Yeah, we got it working. You can just reappear. Yeah. We could do that really quick, but like I don't have I guess right now we're kind of creating parent classes, right? So let's stick with that for a moment. I guess we still want this to be like a look at thing, and then this is what we want to change. And then in here, we're gonna add a variable, which is just gonna be the door, and just BP door. Okay, that's what I thought. But object reference, set that exposed, and then what we can do is on trigger scare effects, get is open. So if the door is open, false. Let's do a validated get here just in case I forget to set it for some reason. It doesn't blow up on me and be like, can't find. All right, so then if the door is open and valid, then we're gonna, is not open, sorry. We're gonna call open. Open closed door. We have a rate of 1. We'll leave that rate for 1 right now. Okay, so when this initializes now, well, there's some logic flaws in here. We should only do this on should show. Set to true. Because when we time out, we don't want to change the state of the door. only do this. Let's do this way because this should show as true. That way it's like uninitializing the door. Should open if we have a reference to the door. Okay, and then it would just be a matter of setting this up. For right now, we'll just do this. We don't need to like launch MetaPlayer or anything. To create custom animations? No, I don't. So I have a mocap suit, and what I do is I put the mocap suit on, I record the animation from there, and then all of my humanoid characters I pass through. I have what's a software called Character Creator and iClone. Character Creator is to create characters, and then iClone is their animation tools. And so what I do is I take the mocap suit, record the animation from the mocap suit, I import it into iClone, and then I clean up the animation with whatever, you know, artifacting there might be from the suit, and then I export that from iClone directly into Unreal. Okay, so if we put in jump scare with door, okay, for right now, we're gonna put this like right here. Trigger volume, let's do like 40, that's fine. I'll go 40. And I'll do like 90. Set this down just a little bit. Okay. And I'm going to move this in just a little bit. Now, this should have a door reference that I need to set, which is going to be this door. That's not going to work because it's in the wrong level. There we go. Okay, so I'll begin play. It should open the door now. Player gets overlapped on tick. It'll be active. The player will be there. And then we need to be looking to see if we're looking at the scene component. And if we are, it'll do that. So then what we'll do is grab our look at location. And we'll move our look at location like in here somewhere. Okay. Maybe that'll work. I changed the code, didn't I? Maybe that's why it showed up. Yeah, 10 to 15 seconds now, so it's not too long. Okay. Let's turn this on here for a second.
Find it, find it, find it, find it, find it, find it!
What? What's going on? Where am I? Jack! Is he dead? What the hell is going on?
Find it.
Oh, the shadow person's up there
What
in the
am I
wall. I
supposed
was
to
like,
find?
where's that weird thing? It's not a single person there. God damn it, gentlemen. But if I walk in
Jack
here
was always
now,
forgetful.
it
Always
should
writing
make
something
the jump
down
scare.
on a sticky note. or
Sound is
something.
awful. It's meant to be awful. It's like shell shock. Okay, cool. So we need to fix that just to see it. I mean, or we can get rid of him, really. I mean, he doesn't need to be in there just quite yet. Like literally nothing references him. The thing that I do need to check is the, what was I going to say? The attenuation on the door, it didn't sound right for me being in the other room. So let's look at the door really quick. Open, close, door, play, wave parameter, audio, short range. Might want to make like a door. Change some settings in here. Just make that a little smaller. Spatialization, air absorption. I think I have attenuation or reverb set up for that room already. See, this is on visibility. The amount of volume attenuation to apply to sounds which are occluded is set to 1. Is this a value? What value is this? I just feel like it's not, you know, cutting off the audio very well for something that's like further away, you know? I do some weird stuff to it to allow it to change the speeds and stuff. Auto activate false. Okay, let's try that. Oh, see, that's probably part of the reason. I mean, look how far out that attenuation is on that. Might be better.
Find it!
What? What's going on? Where am I? Jack! Is he dead? What the hell is going on?
Find it.
Who said that? What am I supposed to find?
The rain.
Jack was always forgetful. Always writing something down on a sticky note or something.
Oh, the door's already open. Wait, why is that frame there? Oh, that's not right. Okay, cool. So that triggers properly. Does this one also have a frame there? Yeah, this frame is not supposed to... Hold up. I don't think that frame is supposed to be there. Yeah, so then this... Oh, it just looks weird. Because like when the door moves out of the way, like it has like that weird Does that look weird to you guys? Like having that like a little extra piece of wood like trim right there? I just feel like that's not right. You know what we could do too is I'm gonna move this in just a little bit more so you actually have to kind of like go into the room a little bit. I didn't hear the door open at all, so we may need to go back into this attenuation setting and just increase it slightly more distance. Because it's going to go, well, 375. It was like 700 before, so.
Find it, find it, find it, find it, find it, find it!
What? What's going on? Where am I?
I just heard.
Jack! Is he dead? What the hell is going on?
Find it.
Who said that? What am I supposed to find?
This is such a dick move. I'm sorry, guys, but when you turn around and you see that, especially if you don't have the flashlight on, or even if you do.
Jack was always forgetful. Always writing something down on a sticky note or something.
Move. All right, so if you go through the door backwards, it doesn't do anything. It's only if you go through it forward. That'll get you. Yeah, I did that on purpose. That was 100% on purpose. I was like, I'm going to put a hat on the little hat rack on the corner of the room. Okay, I want to fix this. This used to be like a thing I was going to use for a scare, and now it's just overkill. So we're not going to do that anymore. This goes right back into that. And then I don't know. I don't remember what I did to this thing, but what did I do to this thing? Try and remember what I did to that mirror texture thing here. Oops. Might have been something like this. Why is there like a black thing right there? You guys see that? Like the little black square? It's like right there in front of the... Huh. Weird. Weird. I had a scare that I was going to use the mirror for, but it changed, so I'm not using that anymore. But anyways, cool. So we have the scare there that works with, can open doors now. Might go slightly farther on this. Fall off. Okay. Shouldn't need that. So this is scare with door. I think. I'm pretty sure I have it set up so you can turn these lamps off and stuff still.
Find it, find it, find it, find it, find it, find it!
What? What's going on? Where am I? Jack! Is he dead? What the hell is going on?
Find it.
Who said that? What am I supposed to find?
Okay, so we might need to put the jump scare thing on the inside of the door. The ringing is awful. Well, you guys got to deal with it. It's part of the game.
Jack was always forgetful. Always writing something down on a sticky note or something.
You get the purpose of it, but yikes. I don't think it's that bad. Okay, so there's no black box here in this one. Probably make this light be able to like flicker. Okay, guys. Probably should actually wrap up soon, because I got works to do. We've been going for 5 hours already. Jesus Christ. Jesus criminy. It's weird. I think we made some good initial progress. We had to fix some of the scare system, which I kind of thought might be the case once I started implementing these scares, because like I really kind of wrote it just kind of sitting on my couch over there with not even having the engine. But just literally writing C++. So for the most part it worked. It was just, you know, we had to add on a little bit, a few things in here. We'll probably run into some more issues with this as we add more and more jump scares to it, but that's just going to be part of the game, you know. I think the basic scares that we have set up now work pretty well. We can definitely expand those. You know, make a bunch of children things. I just got to go through and like literally make a list. So if at any point you guys get bored tonight or tomorrow, let's say, before maybe I stream on Thursday, and you have some ideas now, kind of seeing what this level is like, you have some ideas of being like, ooh, that'd be kind of neat if it did this or that or whatever. Feel free to, you know, write them down, and then, you know, Thursday when we kind of jump onto things, you can spew them out in the chat, and we'll just kind of see, you know, see what sticks. Because I'm gonna do the same thing. I think I'm just gonna start kind of creating a list of what scares would be kind of fun to put into this level. But things like, you know, like you guys were saying with like Jack, getting dragged into the room and the door slams, and then you open the room, there's nothing in there, and you turn around, and he's dead on the couch again. Things like that, perfect. Things that we could definitely do very easily. Obviously, you know, having things like, I don't know, like objects just fly across the room or fly at the player and like make impact noises and stuff. I think we could definitely do that, but we would have to do it in a way that like we use physics in some way, you know, so that like the object could be launched in the general direction of the player, so it's like you have to see it kind of thing. Like those types of things could be interesting. And then what we'll do is we'll just, you know, we just mark it as like, you know, not physics again after it goes to sleep or whatever. So it doesn't have to constantly calculate physics for it, but just like during the throw or during the zip across the room. I don't necessarily want the lights to move because that changes like the lighting of the level, and I don't really want to do that. But like general objects like this little like, you know, pencil cup holder thing, we could have that go flying across the room or something that somebody, or like a suitcase can fly up or something. I don't know, something we could make it fly around the room. Maybe I'll watch some more YouTubes on the mortuary assistant stuff, but I'd like to just get like a list so that on Thursday it's more of like, okay, let's just go down the list and knock them out, rather than this kind of like brainstormy / implementing thing, you know, at the same time. Like have solid ideas and just execute on them. Busker, by the way, hello. And Yunui, what's up? How you guys doing? I was just watched Madeline in the game. The light blinking was in time with the heart beating. It was a neat idea. Like, we could definitely do something like that where you have like a heartbeat, and then we could do like just like a post-process effect even, where it just like takes the light of the level. There's a lot of neat stuff that we have to do for this still, but a lot of jump scares, so get your thinking caps on. I might be able to at least raid somebody on Twitch. There are a lot of people online right now. Holy crap. A lot of people online at the moment. What the heck? I'll just send you guys over to Turtle because, you know, he's doing stuff. Let's do this. I think we can do that. I have no idea if this will break restream or what it'll do, but I appreciate you guys all being here again. Thanks for everybody who's hanging out. I think, again, we mostly have all our audience on Twitch. We do have somebody chilling on YouTube, so I appreciate you guys hanging out there as well. Maybe some people on Kick as well, I don't know. But I appreciate everybody who's been lurking, hanging out, whatnot. It's been an interesting day. It's good to get back into development, you know, back in making some stuff live for you guys again. So I've enjoyed doing that. So we'll be back on Thursday. Like I said, any ideas you may think of between now and then, write them down or put them in Discord or something like that, and I'll get to them and all that stuff. So, but I appreciate you guys, and I'll see you all on Thursday. All right? Have a good rest of your day, guys. All right, it's pretty much the YouTube people here right now. Appreciate y'all being here, and we'll see you Thursday.
But I'm not too worried about it.